Right, hello. Testing, just making sure everything's in the green. YouTube's running, Twitch is running, microphone's good, connection looks stable today. Cool. Right, hello, I'm Dread Mechanic. I am back for more of my survival run on Aegirs members only economy server. I was going to stream something else today, but over the last couple of days we've noticed on the server that my base has been a bit haunted with some weird clang ghosts. Probably my own fault, seeing as I bring clang with me everywhere I go. So I had to spend like the last day basically moving the whole base brick by brick to a slightly different location because I really like the layout and look of this NPC station, and I didn't want to just abandon it and make something else. I'm quite used to living here now, so I moved it brick by brick up the hill. It's the middle of the night now, so we can't see anything at the moment. But yeah, the base was there. We are now living up here on the hill instead, because for whatever reason, that NPC station that I initially took over, something very strange happened with the grid. And it was like it was trying to be a dynamic grid, but in the voxels. It was causing some very weird physics issues and some very strange server lag, and some very strange collision issues. It was almost like the block collisions had gotten knocked off angle from the block models, from like the center of the grid, so the further out you walked along the grid, the more you started to sink into the blocks. It got very, very strange, so I had to grind it all down and rebuild it all. And along the way, I made a few little improvements, or a few little adjustments to it, because there's some stuff in the NPC station I didn't actually need, like a couple of event controllers and some broadcast controllers and things. And I added a few little tweaks, but it's mostly the same. The only difference is I rearranged down here a little bit. Oop, get down the ladder. I rearranged this floor a little bit to have the cargo container here instead of the broadcast controller. And that now gives me a bit of space up here to do something with, and a connection point to work off if I need to. And then down here, because I've rearrange things, I've got a proper survival kit in here now, so I don't need to do the weird subgrid stuff I was doing up there with the little one. So I've now got more room down here. And we've got a connector for a bit of cargo port access. I do need to set up the controller for my the controls for my automatic doors, though. I don't want to have to be opening and closing doors behind me every step of the way. But yeah, it's pretty much identical to how it was, just a few little tweaks that I've made, and it's now a completely different grid from what was down there initially. Then I've got a whole new set of wind towers, so I had to move them up here. I haven't done the light on that one yet. And an entirely new solar tower as well, which doesn't have a weird glitching out rotor on it anymore. Yeah, we're in a much better state now. It's much more stable around my base. It's not nearly as freaky. So those weird, like, physics bugs, like every so often I'd hear the whooshing of like all the thrusters on my my mechs that were attached to the base, like as if they were trying to fight inertial dampening or something. And I'd get like a weird like game lag. My theory is the grid was trying to move in the voxels but couldn't because it was a static grid and it was just creating all sorts of physics chaos. But that is gone now. The one side effect of that is, having built all that stuff initially and then ground it all down again, I've now filled basically every single inch of my cargo space with all the stuff that I've ground down. So I need to figure out my inventory management, because I've just got stuff absolutely everywhere at the moment. And that includes some of the cargo containers that people have donated to me and the ones that I've scavenged. The only one that isn't full is the gigantic one over there that somebody kindly dropped off to me the other day. Probably need to figure out how to get where I'm going to put that on the base. But there was also one thing I wanted to check, because after I rebuilt those wind turbines, they were both fine, and then one was saying it didn't have optimal clearance. Oh, it's on to good now. Okay, it's being weird. Because I built that wind turbine, and it was optimal. Then I built the second one in the exact same configuration, with plenty of space, and that one is running optimal. And then that one was saying poor, then this morning it was saying moderate, now it's saying good. So I don't know what's going on with that wind turbine. It's the exact same configuration as the other tower, it's the exact same height. The only difference is it's slightly closer to the solar tower. But, whatever. We've got power, we've got batteries. And our conveyor network is all hooked up again now and all works correctly. So there's not much I can really do while the sun is down, it's too dark. I'm going to sort out my automatic doors, is what I'm going to do. It's also an excuse to try and empty some of my inventory a little bit, because I've basically got no room to even juggle stuff around or manage it, really. Can I have the computer, please? Thank you. All that stuff, there has to be at least one computer in there. How did I do those doors? Oh yeah, I remember how I did those doors. Bum bum bum. Bring you down. Oh yeah, that's the old colour scheme. We're going with the newer colour scheme. Ooh! 700 meters, I may as well go and get that. That's literally right there. And jog 700 meters. Have you got any goodies? Sikuski. Hi, Dread and Kennick, do you want to share mod lists? I like this skybox. It is not my server, and I am not entirely sure what the skybox mod is on this server. I can find out for you though. I can post it in the description of this stream. So yeah, this is Aegirs members only Volsung Origins server. So I'm not an admin here or anything like that. I am just a casual player, so I'm not entirely sure what the actual skybox mod is, but yeah, I can find out. Oh no, you're one of the roly ones. No, no, I hate you. I hate you. There we go. As long as we can get the button. There we go. Aradath and your Brixie swinging things. Yeah, man. What's that? What's the server name? Like I said, it is Aegirs members only Volsung Origin server. So if you become a member of Aegirs YouTube or Patreon pages, you can get access to this server. And Aegirs has been nice enough to gift me some games on Steam recently, so I thought I'd repay the favour and subscribe to his channel. And it also means I get to play with all those guys on this server too. Oop, why did I press that button? What did I even get out of that? I got some grain seeds. Yeah. That's no fun. I've got plenty of grain seeds. Right, we'll go back to sorting out that computer for my automatic doors. Because I am lazy and I hate having to close doors behind me. To be honest, I hate having to open them too. But, there's not enough room to put in as many sensors as I'd need to automate every single door for maximum laziness. Oh yeah, I also need to change my own GPS marker. So I'm not located down there anymore, I'm located up here on this hill. So let's change that for a start. Threads, processing, plant. And bin you. Move from current position. Make it bright pink so it's real obvious that that's my one. Cool. Bum 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 bum. Give me a second, and I'll just check the Discord, see if there's any details on what the Skybox mod is. I can't see if they've got a mod list anywhere on the Discord page for it. No, can't see anything there. No, that just does that. I'm not just entirely sure what the Skybox is, but I'll find out for you. What's that? Hello, Michael Kilpatrick. I've been using the rotary door airlocks, save losing air. I'm on Pertum here, so I'm not really too bothered about losing air that much. The oxygen gets a little bit thin, sometimes, but I'm mostly alright breathing on this planet. It's pretty good. I've got methods of doing airlocks as well that I like. I like to try and avoid using mods as much as possible, and I don't think we have an airlock mod on this server. But to be honest, that's the way I like it. There's too many mods that take the fun out of the engineering for me. I like having to figure out how to make an airlock rather than just being given one, but that's just my particular gameplay style. Right, what are we doing with this thing? We need an event controller and we need a timer. And it's always such an awkward height to stand on. What awkward height to get to? We'll put an event controller up there. Oh, hey Fonzio, how you doing, man? That doesn't need any force in it, but it does need to tilt back for a second. Where's my timer? There it is. You also don't need to have 36 million newtons of torque. That's insane. How's that, Fanjo? Doing alright, thank you. Ah, no worries, man. Glad you're doing okay. Groovy. Right. I've rebuilt all this, so I'm gonna need to remake some groups. We will just keep it real simple for now. All of these are gonna be a doors group. Nice and simple like that. What did I call you? Just did that, didn't we? Right. Copy all of those settings. Paste them onto there. I'll just call it base computer. Already on text and images. Dum. Danger. Let's grab that text out of there. Bum. Yeah, I'll try and find out what some of the mods are that are being used on this server. I know there's quite a few custom mods that are being used for various things, like different faction signage and stuff, but there's definitely a few public mods being used here. As we've got Grabby Hands and, no, that's not the real name for it, but that's what everyone calls it. And the advanced welding and stuff, and I don't know why I haven't been using them more. Because they've made survival mech building so much easier having those mods on hand. Especially the advanced welding thing. It makes it so much easier to replace broken parts or move things around on your mech without having to make some insane contraption to move stuff about. What else was I doing? Base access terminal. Oh yeah, I need to do that controller. DPP, Housekeeping processing plant, controller, doors closed. What we'll call it. What's that? Sukuzuki. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit dyslexic. But what's that? I love mods, especially to this game. Recently found out about a plugin or mod called Projected Lights. Yeah, I've not really used any plugins. They tend to be quite hard wearing on resources, particularly on a server. Or at least to my knowledge anyway. I prefer to try and keep things as vanilla-ish as I can. But what does Projected Lights do? Is it just, what's it? It's an amazing light overhaul. Ah, cool. Yeah, we've got the Space Got Real mod on this server, so the lights get very, very dark. Oh yeah, if you mostly play the single player, then you can experiment with all sorts of stuff. I mostly do single player as well. I've only recently started getting into the sort of multiplayer aspect of Space Engineers. DPP. Doors close. What that'll be. Doors. So, bum. We want every door on the base to be a trigger. That is not the right one. I'll put it on a 5-second timer. And when all when any one of those doors is opened, 5 seconds later, we'll trigger that timer. You know what, we'll make a little group for that in case I decide to move the computer somewhere else. There we go. And then when the doors are opened, it will start that in the other one. So flick that closed, flick it open. Oh, you've not started, have you? Why did that not start? There we go. Oh, because I put it in the wrong bloody thing, you idiot. Not that one. It wants to close after the doors have been triggered going open. Not when the doors have been triggered going closed. Wrong way around. So, open that. Sets off the timer. 5 seconds later. Closes the door. Fantastic. Now I don't have to worry about closing doors behind me. The one you've never heard about. How did I get my logo on the LCD? You can create texture mods quite easily for Space Engineers. There's a couple of ways of doing it. On this server, Substitious has made it for us. I just sent him the files, and he put it into a mod. But it's not that hard to do it yourself. I've got my own LCD mods and my own faction mods that use the same icons. It's just a case of modifying some SBC files in the directory for Space Engineers. It's really easy. You basically just have to take the LCD textures SBC or the faction icons SBC and just add a few lines for your custom textures and drop them into a directory that can read from. But yeah, it's super easy to make texture mods like that, icon mods and stuff for Space Engineers 1. Right, so that's my doors done. I built that, but because I was going to set up another solar tower, but I've not got around to that yet. I've got all of that space potentially for more computers if I need them. Oh, hey Kieran, how you doing, man? What's that? You did see someone joke about artillery on your rover. I mean, with a bit of trickery, you can get a large grid artillery cannon onto a small grid rover. Not that hard. It can be done. It's just whether or not your small grid rover is weighty enough to take the recoil of it. Right, so the sun is kind of up now. So yeah, I had to rebuild basically everything further up the hill. Oh yeah, that wind tower there, I can access that remotely, can't I? Could have had any power and got to recharge. That one. Yeah, the survival kit screen though seems a bit funny because I've got preserve aspect ratio on there. And it doesn't seem to do much with that screen, it's still a bit stretched and warped. The other LCDs, they all resize the image properly, but the survival kits don't seem to actually preserve the aspect ratio even when you click the button. But whatever. So yeah, we're now all the way up on the hill with the base down below us. In fact, I actually quite like being up here because it gives us a lovely view of the base down the hill. Got a nice view of it from there, and an even better one from the next floor up when the server wants to figure out what part of the ladder I'm on. Yeah, we've got like a lovely, lovely overview of the little valley below us from up here. So I'm actually not too miffed that I had to move everything up the hill. Quite like it. I've got a lovely view of this whole valley that I intend to try and not use all of it, but I've got all of this space to make use of. But yeah, one thing I do need to do is I need to make a proper way down, because I ran all the pipes and stuff off the back of that grid because I knew that grid was actually stable and not freaking out. So I've built everything off of that. Everything seems lovely and stable. Then I started moving the base. But the only way up and down really is to run up and down the hill. I want like an actual staircase somewhere to get up and down. I'm just trying to decide where. I think I might just run one down here parallel with these pipes. But then that leads us round to the back of here, and that's a bit awkward and weird. And I'd have to go through the warehouse. Yeah. Or maybe I could make a staircase that comes down here. With the 45-degree ladders. An elevator wouldn't be bad unless you want to do it. An elevator would be cool, but I'm trying... being on a server that is online all the time and not mine, I don't want to push it too far with too many subgrid stuff. If I was on a single-player game, I'd just make a weird lift thing out of as many subgrids as I like, but I'm trying to minimise my subgrid use to my robots and stuff. So I'll probably do it old school and just make a staircase. Do it the analog way and walk up the hill. But yeah, we need to do a bunch of housekeeping stuff today. Because every inch of my storage is full of junk. Like, literally everything is like completely just maxed out with stuff. So that's the point actually. I've got a whole metric ton of steel plate. I can finish off the floor in here and get rid of some of that way. I also need to finish off that perimeter edge as well. Yeah, we'll do that. We will weld up some more stuff. Yeah, it's a bit of a juggling act at the moment because I've got so much stuff randomly shoved all over the show. That shouldn't be stock anymore. That is actually being used by me now. Get changed to that. Right, where did we leave off in here? Ah, there we go. Yeah, because I've redesigned and cut a load of stuff back, I've actually ended up with a whole load of spare resources that I'd use to make that ridiculously long beam route up to the hill, but I've got a much shorter one here, so I've got like half of that steel back again. Right, grab that colour. One along here. Make sure it's all painted correctly. Yep, there we go. Oh, hey Marcus, how you doing, dude? Welcome to the party. Lovely. That's the perimeter of the warehouse, interior warehouse. Now, what did I want to do with this 3-block strip down the middle? Great to be here. Where's the bar? I haven't built the bar yet. I still need to... I will build a welcome center eventually with some kind of little robot greeter. There will be a bar eventually. Perhaps some kind of saloon. What do I want to do with this bit in the middle? I don't just want steel blocks. They're boring. Yeah, that's gonna be some kind of exterior wall. It's gonna go from there. That's gonna be the entrance in. You know, I might just do more floor blocks. I might change the pattern up a little bit. Let's bin all of this. Oh, Gordon Finch, how you doing, man? Good evening. How's the server play treating you? Try the pipes upside down. Yes, the bottom end of the back end of the pipes and the back end of some of those other interior blocks do look pretty nice, actually. We've got some cool details on them. Yeah, I'm good, man. And the server play is doing all right now. Had a little bit of a shaky start. Trying to stay alive and keep power on, but I think that's been a sort of universal experience across the board because it's got some pretty hardcore survival settings on it. Found an NPC station. It was over there. Took it over, everything seemed fine, and then the NPC station grid started doing weird things. All kinds of freaky phantom forces and weird collision stuff and phasing through blocks and collisions being 6 feet from the models and all sorts of strangeness, so I ground it all down, rebuilt it brick by brick up there as a completely new grid, and everything seems nice and happy and stable now. I'm not freaking out when I walk on any grids. Most of my grids are pretty stable. They have got subgrids on them, so there'll be a little bit of jiggle, but he was going crazy yesterday, just sort of jiggling up and down on the blocks, and when he was docked up to the weird grid, every so often there'd be a weird phasing thing, and this ship would either float 20 feet up into the air while still apparently being connected and having green emissive, or it would phase 20 feet down into the ground and still apparently be connected. There was all kinds of weirdness going on, but it all seems fine now. So yeah, blocks. Let's have a look at the back of them pipes, maybe. So I've got an idea. Oh, they do actually look quite cool, don't they? What about that one that's a more solid block? Spin it round the right bloody way. Oh yeah, that's got quite a cool texture to it. Yeah, you know what, I might do that. Do something different. It's a good excuse to get rid of some of these resources. Oh, in fact, actually, I've got an idea where I can do the best of both. So I want a bit of that, but I also want to extend this white hazard stripe up there, so I think I'm going to take you out. Oh, that's how full my inventory is. I've just got no room for anything at the moment. Put you back in a second, I'll pick you up in a minute. Which one matches this? That's the clean one, isn't it? Yeah, we'll have that there. Change those two as well. Where's that? What? Where's the one with just the corner? There it is. Ugh, where's it gone now? There it is. I have that there. Have I not got enough steel plate? Big pile of it there. Shut up. And obviously I need interior plate for that one. Do a little swapsy. Give me a load of that. Oh. Auto rotate, thank you. I hate auto rotate. I don't know why it's a feature, because it almost invariably rotates things the wrong way. Almost every single time. Yeah, I'll just do it like that. So, I'm going to like that down the edges and then have that cool texture off the back of those pipes. It's the same both ways, isn't it? Yeah. Have that going down the middle. So, I hope everyone's had a chance to watch my new Space Engineers 2 VS 2.3 preview that came out this morning. Oh, hello Mr. Penisberg, how you doing, man? Because yeah, the new update for Space Engineers 2 drops tomorrow. Missed a few spots. But yeah, I've made a start, as you can see, on a warehouse or a workshop, rather, for building things and repairing them in. Gonna do a little bit more work on that today as well, I think. Again, it's another good reason to get through some of these resources that are taking up all my inventory space. I need to make some better component storage area somewhere. Yeah, it feels much smoother around here. I was getting serious rubber banding the other day. But I can actually like run around and the server's not freaking out. So yeah, whatever weirdness was going on with that grid seems to have gone away now, hopefully. Still not quite sure what happened, because it was an NPC station that I found, and then I slowly hacked and took over all the bits until it was mine, and then I claimed it as my own grid, and then I started building stuff off it, and then the grid just went weird. I've never seen anything like it. Because there was bits of the floor down here that were starting to phase through as I walked away from it, and like clipped through the floor, and there was bits up there that were attached to the same grid where the collisions were like almost a full block higher than the actual models they were supposed to be attached to. So you could run through the block at the bottom, but if you tried to jump over it, you'd bump into its collision field. Very strange. Lovely. Yeah, it does look quite cool actually. My only issue is they're only a half block, so I'm worried that they're a bit thin. They might get damaged easily, but that texture on the back of a full-size block would be pretty nice. Don't know what block, but some block. Grab more bits. Oh yeah, I did a bit of experimenting yesterday. Outcast came to visit me yesterday when he was doing his stream. I did a bit of experimenting with this guy and swapped out one of the containers I was using. Well, I've tried swapping out all of the containers I was using as ballast for a bunch of unwelded artificial mass blocks. And it turns out 4 of them in the back of that just makes this guy do wheelies constantly, so it turned out to be actually way heavier than I was expecting, a little bit too good. So I've swapped it for 2 artificial mass blocks, one either side, and then a little cargo container for a bit of extra variable counterweight if needed. And he drives pretty well now. But yeah, you can see with those artificial mass blocks just how much weight is sitting on that back axle now. And it leans back constantly. Well, it is a forklift truck, and it is meant to be counterweight. Maybe if I bring the front suspension down slightly. Maybe if I reduce the strength. What's that saying? Not much. I'll leave that on 20. Well, height offset. Yeah, you know what? Pull that back to 0. And that looks level again now. Although, there's not a lot of height between that front wheel and the wheel arch. Maybe we'll bump that up just a little bit. We'll call it 5 centimeters, so there's at least a little bit of room there. What's that, Mr. Penisberg? You love the little forklift. Oh, cheers, man. I'm gonna start publishing the stuff I've built on this server soon. So he's pretty much finished. I'm fairly happy with him. He's got rear wheel steering like a proper forklift. Weighs about 9 tons. Can quite happily lift one of these large grid batteries at height as well. And it's got a control set on it. It's got 2 event controllers there in the front and some ion thrusters tucked in the back. So you can use the spacebar up and the C button down to lift and lower the mast on the front. Although, because of the way, because of how pistons are a little bit clangy and a bit scrubby being put side by side, I couldn't make the backrest of the mast how I wanted. Because if I tried to put 2 pistons side by side and lift it up like that, the whole thing just starts doing weird phantom force physics rolling. So yeah, the carriage for it is about twice as long as it should be, really. But limitations of space engineers. But it can lift a decent height. Even if it is a little bit wonky. And he's a bit too small to get any forward or back tilt on it. And I wouldn't even dream of trying to figure out how to make side shift on something like this. You're just asking for a ultimate clang. And to be honest, trying to get side shift pistons in there, it'd have to be like 4 times the size of an actual forklift to even work. Yeah, he works pretty well. We've got a battery in him for a power source to charge up. Yeah, I've got a big telehandler mech as well. I just made him for a laugh, to be honest, because I think I was watching one of Aegirs streams on this server, and they were playing with a forklift that Aegirs made, and I seen that and I thought, ooh, that's cool, I want a tiny little forklift. So I made my own one, and it's not too bad. It fits through the gate doors pretty well. Where are the gates? Where's the gate? Yeah, he's easily big enough that you can fit through one of them nicely. So thinking of maybe building some little storage warehouse. I might end up using this. I might end up inevitably using this one for all the really big chunky stuff, and putting a little door in somewhere, and keeping the smaller like single block or the smaller like single block stuff in a separate place. Just an excuse to use him. But yeah, it's not bad. There's all heavy armour in the back as well, to act as more counterweight. Oh, it's not. It's a parts issue. Do. Yeah, still haven't decided what I'm going to do for the walls of this place yet. I know what I want the floor layout to look like, but no idea what I'm doing with the walls yet. Wonderful. What else do we need to finish? We need to finish the perimeter wall as well. Get rid of a bunch of that steel. Let's get rid of all this for now. There we go. That'll be easier to weld that up. Steel. We've got steel plate everywhere. Just shoved into every little corner. Yeah, really need to that one. Need to make some sort of inventory management. What should I do with this building? I'm not the greatest architecture, so I never really know exactly how to build my buildings. I look at the bases that, like, Aya and Engineered Coffee and that make, and I'm always so jealous of their eye for, like, architectural design. I'm crap at it. I often just make a box with some windows and a door on it. I need to figure out exactly how I want this thing to look first. Or at least try and work out roughly how I want it to look. Then again, I know I definitely don't just want to have armor blocks on the walls, so I'm going to take them down. I'm going to put windows or something in there first. I'll just move you again, that's not much of a problem. More steel. Thank you. There's that. Yeah, 2.5 kilometers, I'm not asked about that. What's that golden finch? Unless you take inspiration from the theme, you don't fare much better than boxes either. Yeah, I can do robot design all day long, but I've got like 1,000,001 inspirations for that, but when it comes to building buildings, I don't know where to start half the time. Like I said, I just make a box. I have the brick problem that a lot of players have with shipbuilding. I just don't know where to start with my buildings. Because I see like the things that like EC designs in his like Martian Survival series, where he's got like these big complex buildings that are all integrated into each other and have lovely interior layouts and stuff, and every time I make a base it tends to be there's a factory there, there's a farm there, there's a thing there, there's a thing there, because I've got no idea how to sort of integrate all those different aspects of base building into under one roof essentially. End up making everything separate. Oh, cheers, Marcus. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm quite happy at doing robot design all day long. I've got 1,000,001 inspirations and ideas when it comes to doing robot design, but when it comes to making buildings, I always feel like it's just, where do I start? I'll make a doorway. What's going to go in this room? How much space do I need? I always feel lost doing buildings. I'm quite happy playing with subgrids all day long, making a single big static grid. Don't know where to start. Like this building, for example, I thought I need a lot of space because I'm going to get a lot of stuff, and then it's ended up being like wrong button again. Probably about twice the size I intended it to be, but it does mean I've got plenty of room to work with. What do we want to do then? I'm not going to bother putting a door on it because, oh yeah, you know what? Actually, it'd probably be handy if I got the forklifter out of storage because I might need to use him. Flatbed can stay in there for a minute. Yeah, I don't need flatbed at the moment. I am never pressing that expedite button again, because last time I did not read the fine print, and it cost me £500,000 in credits. So we'll have to wait like 8 minutes for him to spawn. Yeah, I didn't read that button last time. I thought you said 50 grand, not $500,000, and I spent almost all of my money trying to expedite it. Look up screenshots from your favourite game shows. I mean, that's what I do with all the robot stuff. I've got a huge folder full of reference pictures for all kinds of robots. Yeah. I don't know. Figure something out. Either way, the forklifter needs to move because that's going to be the front of the door, and this was only ever a temporary solution anyway. So we will just attach you. We'll move you over there, and I'll just turn you off for a minute. Right, the advanced welding makes things super easy to reattach, so I'm going to keep that docking port because I've already had to move it once. I'm going to keep that. I'm just going to bung you there for now. What's that? Mark's having fantastic dystopian style. Keep doing what you're doing. Cheers, man. I mean, to be honest, I was going to say one of the main inspirations I do have for a lot of big warehouses and big buildings is the Tyrell Corporation building from Blade Runner. That big sort of trapezoid, blocky, pyramidal thing is burned into my subconscious. Like, I can't remember how old I was the first time I saw Blade Runner. Like, that's how long that image of that big building has been in my head. I've always been a fan of like the sort of like Soviet era, like brutalist architecture, like just all the just hideous looking like military buildings that are just like weird angular blocky shapes. I am quite a big fan of that style of architecture. Well, this is going to be the perimeter line anyway for it, so I need to get the workhorse over here as well. That's a point. I need to figure out where I'm going to dock him back up because he's not going to last forever. Yeah. You know what? Have I had the right parts? There we go. You can have all kinds of cool new shapes now. I still really want a corner piece for these. Because I love these blocks. They're so good for like all kinds of different weird angles, but they don't join up nicely. Oh, there is no trash cleanup on this server, because it's all kind of survival scrapping kind of based. The server admin is just sort of do a little tidy up of leftover stuff every so often. But yeah, there's no server cleanup, so the ramp is fine. If I did need to have it powered for whatever reason, for trash cleanup, it's just a simple case of grinding out one of these, popping a battery in there, and then the grid's powered. Although I've got no room to move that bloody thing now. My inventory's full. Put some stuff back in there for a second. Yeah, there you go, Marcus. He's one of the admins. They do manual cleanup of any leftover junk. In fact, I popped over earlier to clean up the remnants of the haunted grid that I couldn't get to without completely trashing the voxels. Yeah, it's working quite nicely. Everyone pretty much seems to tidy up after themselves quite well. And the admins do a good job of keeping on top of it all, so it's working quite well. Right, what do we actually want to do with these feckin' walls? Ooh, I've got an idea actually. I will do something with them. Bum 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 bum. Oh, I'm absolutely going to have to go and get the workhorse though. I'm going to start getting very far off the ground very soon. But he has been sat there all night, and I can't remember whether I turned him off. It doesn't look like I did, so his battery is probably 61%. Eh. How much flight time have you got left on that? Half an hour of idling flight time. That's not too bad. Although I could just swap over one of these docking ports temporarily to something a little lower, because that one is set up for the flatbed. That one is set up for the forklift because he's slightly taller. He's even smaller, so I kind of need a docking port just for him. We'll figure that out when we run out of power. And again, we've got loads of steel. We can just make ramps to access things until he's charged back up again. Although I do need to see if I can upgrade him with a little bit more precise steering. Because he just uses gyro control at the moment for steering. I've not set up the steer controls for his subgrid wheels yet. What's the golden page? Might become a member for Ire as well then and check out the server at some point. Yeah man, there's loads of us that play here. We've got a pretty nice little community of people just surviving and scrapping and working together. It's very much a non-PvP server and very much a sort of co-op friendly kind of vibe. Everyone's kind of trying to work towards their own little kind of economic niche. So we all have to kind of work together rather than just everybody farming and mining and doing everything themselves. I mean, some players might be doing that, but there's a bunch of us that are trying to just like sort of work cooperatively, and I'm trying to get myself up to that point where I can go and visit the other players' bases and buy their resources and things. Because I tell you what, I don't want to do any more mining. I hate mining. I would rather go and buy some steel off somebody or set up a shop and a landing pad and have a purchase order and someone can deliver steel to me. What am I even looking for? I'm looking for those pipes, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, I did put them on the list and I swapped them for the gate, because there's not enough room on the toolbar for all the things I want these days. Maybe. Ooh, actually, I think I'm going to go with beams all the way up. Because then I can make them into something fairly interesting. Unless I cannot withdraw more steel plate, there's no way in hell I've gotten through for like 3,000 steel plate. Oh, it's stuff I can't access, maybe. Toolbar management, an art form in and of itself. It was fine until a couple of updates ago, when Keen decided to reorganize everything and separate a load of stuff out. Like the timers and programmable blocks and things. It was so much easier when all the automation blocks were in one group. I kind of wish there was a group for just all the mechanical blocks, because, like I said, I've got like a way I set up all my toolbars that is pretty much uniform across every single game I play. And it used to be sound. I could have all the things I want, and now like the sort of the last toolbar on my list just constantly gets shuffled around. Because there's not enough room for all the things anymore. I've been half considering making a mod to reorganize everything back the way I like it. Because it's just the way all the blocks are tagged for various groups. And you can undo it and make a mod to put it back how you like it. It just takes a long time going through every single block and making a new, like, group assignment for it. And I can't be bothered doing that. Wouldn't be too hard to do, it'd just take a very long time. What's that marker saying here? Yeah, there's just not enough room anymore. I mean, I get reorganising stuff to make it a little bit more sensible, but it's like, it's too separated out now. So there's just so many things. Like, I used to be able to fit everything that I use for mech automation into one toolbar, and now it's spread across two. And for some reason there's a door in there and a beam. I've probably just thrown them in there because there's nowhere else to put them. But I used to be able to fit all the timers, sensors, remote AI blocks, beacons, and all the lights and all the other things I'd use, and all the turret controllers into just that one toolbar. And it was perfect. And now it takes up like 1.5. Oh, hey Outcast, how you doing, man? That's a question. I need the forklifter to spawn. I need to know how big I'm making this doorway, because I want him to be able to fit through the door. Thinking maybe another block or two higher than that, but how's that timer getting on for his him respawning? I just need to find a better place for the services terminal. I just slapped it there because it was easily accessible and fairly close to that. Forklifter, deploy. Thank you for not dropping it on the workhorse. I put that way too close. I didn't realise it was that close. Let's move the workhorse back. He can probably go into storage at some point. Don't want to have too many of these complex mechs messing around at once. in case it freaks the server out. Yeah, he will lift stuff off the ground. Now I can carry it in at a kind of reasonable height. I also want to be able to stack things going up too, so... Bum ba bum ba bum, yeah, that needs to be way higher than that. At least. Well, it needs to be at least a block higher than that. I'm also thinking of making different attachments for the end of this as well. Because it's just a hinge on the end of that is tied into the event controller settings. So I'm thinking of making some other swappable things like a man cage for lifting stuff and what was the other one? Oh, a drill extension as well. Somebody mentioned possibly putting a drill on it for a bit of like mining possibly. Yeah. So that's 1, 2, 3. Bum bum bum. I am a sucker for odd numbers. I hate doing things in even amounts, so I will make that 2 blocks higher either side, I think. And then put a roof over the top of it. I need to get in the back, because by jumping through the front and then try and climb up the cockpit, I'll just fall to my doom. Ooh, mid-server lag. Is it possible from a mechanical point to make your robot squat when you get out of the cockpit so you can usually get in and out without modifying anything too much? Yeah, it is. You can do that. I just don't like making the bottom of my robots get any closer to the floor than they need to. But yeah, you can get them to squat down. I turn those controllers off. Leg, hinges. If I reverse them, I can just do that and make them get lower to the ground much easier. You can set something up to do it a little bit sturdier than that, because those hinges, they move at 20 RPM, so it's quite quick, but that's for their walk cycle. You can make it settle down a lot slower than that, but yeah, I don't usually like doing stuff like that, just because I don't want it to smash his docking connector on the bottom. But one of the taller mechs that's higher off the ground with more clearance, probably be easier to do that. Leg hinges. There we go. Reverse them back. Put my return controls back on. Yep, still walks fine. So yeah, let's make this doorway another 2 beam blocks higher. Getting a little bit closer. Should be alright if I've still got... No, I've still got plenty of steel, wonderful. That one. So if we made that tall, that should be plenty of room for the forklifter. And that also gives you some more height in case I find something like a large grid refinery, because I know those blocks are quite tall. I want to have the room to be able to lift it in through the door without scraping the floor or smacking the ceiling. Which is a problem I've had in real life when someone has asked me to move a big heavy thing with a forklift from A to B and they haven't considered the height of the feckin' doorways in the way. What are we on? Now we're in. That's fine. My cup of tea has gone cold. Grim. Now I've still got 25 minutes of flight time on him. Yeah, I'm going to make an upgraded version of this at some point. This guy, the workhorse, was just a sort of concept mech. I was initially just going to make a skiff, like floating platform, like on my Apex Survival run that I was doing a while back. But then I thought, no, I want it to have legs and move around as well, so I gave it some legs too, because why not? Admittedly, it makes it a lot heavier for not much benefit, but I do like my robots, so I had to. What we gonna do with this door? How does that look from out here? You know what? I want that doorway a little bit more arched than that. Let's take that out. Get a little bit closer. Probably need to get a little bit further now so I can get the block back in. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Yeah, so I'm going to do that. I'll have a little bit more of an arch in the door frame. Find my grinder. Oh wait, hang on. What was I doing in the bottom? Oh yeah, I was doing that at the bottom there, wasn't I? Oh yeah, that was my original plan though, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, you know what? Smack it. I'm gonna go back to my original idea. Stupid ADHD brain trying to weigh up too many different possibilities at once and not deciding on one. Oh, of course I need interior plates, and I completely emptied you while I was doing stuff yesterday. Smack. Back down to the floor then. Grab a bit of interior plate. Let's hop out of you for a second. Oh, a big pile of it right there. I'll do for the moment. Need to move a little bit away. Yeah, so we'll have that there. Oh yeah, because that was what I wanted to do. That was what I wanted to do. That was the original idea I had. Before I got completely distracted. I wanted to have that there, and then I wanted to have, where are you? That one. Where is that piece? Because I quite like that thing there. Best way to have it round for this. Bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. That's pipe showing the other way, isn't it? Oh, actually, no, I'll do it. I'll do it that way on this side. Got the other thing I was going to put in there. Where is it? That one going that way. That's the one. What are we on? Just 20 minutes. I'm going to have to land this thing soon and figure out where I'm going to dock him. Thank you for stopping moving. Yeah, so yeah, that one. Then the other one. One. It was T pointing out, wasn't it? So, I think so. I need to move you over a bit. We need to throw in another one of them. Yeah, that's the same height. And then I think I was just going to do beams across that for now. Yeah, where are those half beams? Something like that. Let's get a little bit lower. Smack into that. Yeah, I think I have a big doorway, something like that. Might even be too high now. But she'll give us plenty of room. But yeah, that might be way too high. Drop you down there for a second. Let's have a look at it in comparison to the forklifter. Because you're going to be the one dragging the heavy blocks in there that I can't be bothered with. You know what, I'm better safe than sorry. I'll go with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'll go with that for now. If it does end up being too tall, I'll bring it down a little bit further, I suppose. Crack that boom arm back in. I do feel like it's a block too tall though. Right, what do I want to do with the walls? I want to get some windows in there. I want to get some of those cool new half windows in. Let's get rid of those signals. Windows. These ones. want to get rows of them in somewhere. So I really like these windows. I'd like to have them inset slightly as well. Could have that would be the wall. Actually. No, not that window. That one. Essentially have something like that. And again, I think that might be too skinny on the corners. I want to try and fill out that space there. What should we do? You down here. First of all, I want to pick a different bloody colour. I like going with the black and white kind of vibe, or the black and slightly off-white. Then again, actually, it's very, very, very dark grey and slightly off-white is the usual colour combination I go with, because the black is a little bit too black. And you can't end up not being able to see any detail. Yeah, I think. Ooh, actually. Yeah, I've made that damn high now. I'll get that back down later. Where the heck was that block I wanted? Ooh, actually. There is... that, isn't there? That has a window and transitions to that half one. Oh, this is what I hate about architecture. I never know where to start. Happily build robots all day long. No, I do like that way of doing it though. I like having that window there. Let's look at some interior blocks, maybe that'll give me some better ideas. Grab that coin then. Do that on the outside. Oh great, there's a storm coming in. Yeah, maybe something like that. Oh, really, Storm? I was in the middle of trying to figure out what I'm doing. Oh, I'm starving to death. And I'm getting irradiated. Right, let's hide in the forklift. Telehandler, technically. fine. I'll just sit in here and play with the boom arm for 5 minutes. Or better yet, I will use this opportunity to go and get a cup of tea while I wait for the storm to pass, because it's highly radioactive and it's not like I can do much at the moment with the storm, so... Enjoy a lovely view of the desert for a few minutes while I go get a cup of tea, and I'll be back in a minute. I see the storm has ended. Right, let's get back to what I was doing. Yeah, I do think that doorway is a little bit too tall now. Yeah, I might bring that down a block, but I'll do that in a bit after I've figured some things out. I'll figure out what I'm doing with the walls first. I think that might look alright. Grab some bits, weld it up, see how it looks. It's hard to tell when it's all just a sort of wireframe with the unbuilt structures. Yeah, and I can have like rows of windows. A similar pattern going down there. Yeah, loop. Hold on a second, hold. Yeah, I quite like that. I might actually end up looking alright. In there. Then yeah, what do I want to do on top of that? I'll do something a little bit different there. What could I do? Oh, what's that, Marcus? Just finished watching your dad preview video. Love it. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, some of the new stuff coming to Space Engineers 2 is looking very promising. And it was fun getting to have a little sneak peek at some of the new features that are coming. What do I want to do with this bit? What could we do that would look good? Oop, I found that. You know what? I'm going to fill that hole in because I've got I know exactly what's going in that gap anyway. Where is that one? That's going to get filled with them. And then that is probably going to be a light on the corner anyway. So, there we go. I'll stop filling in the hole now. What's that? You like that SC2 gives you purpose while still saving room for sandbox free roaming? Yeah, I do like that. I think that was one of the issues that Space Engineers 1 kind of has with attracting new players is it's very much kind of make your own fun kind of game. There's not like a storyline to it or a plot for players to follow. So unless you're like the kind of mechanical engineering nerd or like a space roleplay kind of nerd, you're probably not going to get into it as easily, whereas Space Engineers 2 with its like sort of main character and kind of loose storyline stuff that they're developing, I think that kind of will help get people into it a little bit more. Like you say, it gives you purpose with like a story to follow, but you're also free to just wander off and do your own thing. Meh. Too big of a fan of putting that one there right now. Definitely want to do that. Just don't know what to do with this corner over here. You know what I could do actually? Save having to smeg around with him. I'd bring you all the way down to the floor. Let's make a temporary little sort of rudimentary man cage for lifting me up off the floor a little bit easier. No, I don't want the large grid one. I want the small grid one. Thank you very much, game. Thank you. Switch to the small grid block, please. Thank you. I do that. weld that up. I can get you to lift that, and I can remote control you. And I can make a proper man cage attachment for him later on. Why did I pick the bulletproof? Oh, did I still have a window in my build planner? That probably explains it. Yeah, I could just stand on that. Do. I promise you, I've never had to do anything sketchy like this with a forklift truck in real life. No, that was the wrong button. That's the one. There we go. Then I go and turn on my remote, because for some reason I always manage to turn my own signal off. Control. Right, I can drive you remotely. Let's set up your toolbar the same way that is on here. What have we got then? Battery, mag lock, boom, forward and backwards. Right. Not that one. That one, remote control. Battery on and off. Mag light, boom, forward, boom, reverse. Cool. There we go. Aha. Let's do it that way instead then. Forklifter. Up we go. So I can get all the way up there, and then I can extend the arm out. Now, for some reason on this server you can't do your alt and mouse movement turning while in a remote control, I've noticed. Does not like it, freaks the hell out. That lift's pretty high, to be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna bring that beam down another block, make that a bit lower. Doesn't need to be that high. And we can just very carefully, totally health and safety approved, drive in up here. I can zoom in and out, but if I try and turn, it does weird stuff. It does not like it. It's usually fine with the remote control on single player. On the server, it seems very moody. Don't know if that's an issue on my end exactly, or the server itself, but yeah, I'm going to take this down, move it down a block lower. Server does act strange with some features. Yeah, I don't know. I noticed it was being funny the other day, but I just put it down to just servers being servers. I'm not one of the people that even begins to understand how servers work, so yeah, I'm just like, whatever. It doesn't work properly. I can live without it. Let's put a safety rail at least, some kind of safety rail up here. Kind of. Do I have to stand all the way on the edge to put the end of the safety rail on? Yeah. We just have a little bit of security in the man basket. get that last one on without falling off. There we go. Yeah, cool. Right, let's no control out him again. Just move over a little bit. Yeah, I knew this telehandler mech would come in useful for more than just moving goods around. This is why I want to make a proper attachment for him. I mean, this basket actually works quite well, but I might just make a better basket and have that in the corner somewhere. But I was thinking of making some other proper attachments for him, maybe. Yeah, I need to move over further. Still miles out there. Wicked. Oh, what's that, Cast? You have returned with a sandwich. Did you bring enough for the rest of us? And to be honest, I've got some food here with me. I should try not to eat too much when I'm on microphone. Because I don't enjoy the sound of other people eating, and I doubt they feel the same way about me eating. Yeah, we'll drop that in a block lower. Bring that down. Pull that back a bit. Bring that down again. Yeah, that works pretty well actually. Oh yeah, that would be an issue. Yeah, I might have to make an actual basket attachment because the mag plates have got a fail-safe in them where once they detect something, they stop the boom arm pushing forwards. But the mag plates are locked to this, which means that fail-safe is already tripped. And yeah, maybe I'll make a man basket with a sensor on it that detects when you get too close to something. There's always the fear that I'm going to put this through a block. I cut too many out of there now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's all good. That is fine. So that was the height we were actually going to go from. Yeah, so we're going to have you there. I need to move the boom arm back and up and over again. There we go, that'll do. Lovely. We got the new T's out, weren't we? The workhorse is not charging yet, because I need to rebuild his docking port, but I'm kind of hyper-focused on this at the moment. And, honestly, for this particular job, the forklifter is actually working out a little bit better. The workhorse is great for building stuff like those towers up there. That's a long way out the way and a bit more awkward to access. Is that other wind turbine working properly yet? Yes, it's finally back to optimal again. Yeah, and when I moved the wind turbines, when I put the second one in, the first one that I moved decided it was poor clearance and it spent all day trying to figure out that it has got plenty of clearance and has loads of room. But cool, both the wind turbines are working properly again now, that's good. That's what we want. Yeah, and that can live there. And then it's all just beams across again then, isn't it? Yeah, that'll be the one. Let's move back a bit. Yeah, it's annoying that I can't change that angle properly while I'm in the remote control. It'd be nice to be able to do that, but yeah, servers do weird server things. There we go. Something like, ooh, that wasn't in control of the robot then. Something like that. I should be able to reach from there. Yeah, fine. No, now I'm too close again. What do I want to do? No, I want to calm down a bit. That's the one. Yeah, that looks better, I think. I'm like a spectator. Yeah, being a block lower looks a little bit better. I think, anyway. Yeah, we'll carry on doing that. Cool. Let's back you back out again then. Oh yeah, I need to rename the new grid, don't I? Need to put it back to something. Jiggling. Rename it the processing plant again, I think. I'm going to make a proper Kenbifi like HQ building eventually, so I'll call that Kenbifi HQ when we get to that point. Let's move right over. I'll reposition myself nicely. What are you doing, third person camera? Oh, it's because we're going up the hill. The camera's going a bit weird, that's why. Where are we? We are there. Lovely. Oh. Bit weird what was going on there. Oh, not quite far enough. Yeah, I wish that third person camera worked nicely with remote controls. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it works and then it flips around and then snaps back to whatever the third person camera was for my actual player character. It's strange. But not a massive deal. I means I keep having to change my camera angle every few minutes. Reach that? No, it's a little bit lower. There we go. Wicked. Right, you get swapped to that. You get swapped to that. Turn out, next one. Yeah, let's back up a little bit then. Go. Beautiful. Right. Wait, let's just move you again slightly. Should be able to reach both sides from the middle. There we go, wonderful. Wonderful. Much better. I can actually get near the roof of it that way. Yeah, I like that better. The door's wider now. It was almost square before. I like it like that. That's much better. Oh hey, Sleeper 777. I'm only here for the mechs. Built a really nice drivable scissor lift not too long ago. Oh cool. It was great for welding ceilings, etc. with no jetpack. Yeah. Like I built this telehandler for moving stuff around initially, but it's actually turned out really good for like roof access, stuff like that as well. That's why I just made this really rudimentary little man cage just to lift me up with it, but I'm thinking of making a proper man cage and using them for more stuff like this. I can't really put many more pistons into that boom arm without it getting a bit silly. Yeah, it works surprisingly well for this purpose. I wasn't expecting it. But I do like it. Right. I need stuff to weld it all up now, don't I? Let's bring me back down to the floor then. I need to grab a whole bunch of resources. I also need a better angle so I can see the floor, so I don't smash the basket through the floor. There we go, I'll take. Yeah, I totally need to make a proper little man cage for that. That would actually work really well. Ooh. Oh dear, I did not notice the radiation. Right, I'm going to grab some parts. What do I need? Material plate, construction components and steel. I'll bin that for now, come back to that later. Steel, steel, steel. I've got thousands of it buried in here somewhere. Do I have construction components? Yes I do. I've got loads of them too. Right, I'll come back to that in a second. Just need to get out of the radiation for a minute. Otherwise it's going to get nasty. Maybe I can make a little man cage with a roof on it or something. Or like a small little awning for a bit of shelter from the radiation. That might be a good idea. Yeah, I definitely need to have a basket somewhere that I can pick up. Oh, the only issue is the tool camera is on that hinge, so every time I swap tools I've had to reassign the camera as well. Solar panel awnings, you still get a little charge. If the solar panels were, if the small solar panels were smaller, then yeah. But this thing isn't actually connected to the grid. He's literally just being picked up. So a solar panel awning on that would be powering nothing essentially. Might just end up. How tall is that next to me? It's about that high. Who's going to make it? Always just an awkward height that I want to get to. I only want to be a little bit higher. What could we do? I still need to get just a little bit higher up as well. Thank you. Yeah, so that would be above my head. And I can put a little bit of a, maybe a layer of armor plates on top of that. Nope. Get a little bit higher up. No, just need to go higher. You know, I need to start that again from further back. There we go. That's better. Do the window blocks block solar radiation, even though they're transparent? Yes, they do, Marcus. Awesome. Then I might just have a little row of them on the top then, so I can actually still see through the roof. Fantastic. I do need to source some better food at some point. Ooh, these bloody crisps. There we go. Did I not pick up enough girders for that? Oh, my inventory's full of steel, isn't it? That's why. Girders. Grab all of them. Do. Yeah, to be honest, I might just end up keeping this man cave and just upgrading it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of course, it's an odd number. The odd numbers. We'll just put a 1 by 1 panel in the middle of that, I think. Oop. What's that? Outcast. Got an idea for you. Make an AI drone for EC to deliver food to people. EC is selling food on Pertum. Also, most NPCs. Yeah, I've noticed they do. Like, I've got my crappy little kelp farms up there. I've got an endless supply of crisps. I've got about 400 of these things nearly saved up and made now. They just don't do a lot, so I'm basically always on the edge of starvation. I have been considering making or testing out some AI, like taxi drone type thing. Once I've got like the locations of people's bases, trying to make like plot an AI route over there so I don't have to fly and I can be lazy about it. Because if I can automate it, I will, because I'm lazy. I like the challenge of automation. Yeah, you know, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. See what that's like. Cannot withdraw bulletproof glass because there's no room in my inventory. It's all steel. There we go. Yep, that seems to be working. The my exposure level is going down. The sun's over there. Yeah, it all seems to be blocking the sun in quite nicely. Wicked. Fantastic. Right. Let's get rid of that. That doesn't need to be anymore. Be there anymore. You know what? Let's connect that up there. Oh. Put all my steel away, apparently. Thank you. Oh, and I missed some bits. Gotta have your hazard stripes. Gotta have your health and safety. Yeah, cool. Alright, I'm gonna dump the rest of that glass back in there. I don't need that. You need more steel though. Don't need girders at the moment. Probably need more interior plates. So let's go do that. Was there just interior plate? And construction components, and the rest of it is just steel. Wicked. The only problem is it makes it a little bit more awkward with the third person camera. Oh, we're already at full extension, aren't we? Where do I want to go first? I want to go over there first. Oh, you know what? We'll just do some first-person driving. My problem is I can't quite tell where my right-hand wheels are. Oh! Crap. Maybe I need a safety rail at the front as well. There we go. I'll just have to do like that. Cool. Oop. Turning the wrong way. Tell at that angle. There we are. How are we looking? There, good enough. Oop. Slightly scraping that a little bit. Well, that should be an alright height. Let's move that camera a little bit so I'm not clipping through the beam. Yeah, lovely. Oh crap, I need large tubes for them, forgot about that. Large tubes, 10 off, so I need 20 large tubes. Let's pull that back again then. It's in a decent position. I'll just pull that back and drop it back down. Maybe some lights on the bottom of it so I can tell how far the platform is from the floor. Would be a good idea. Ah, 24 of them, 21, I'll take that. Oop. Knock on my microphone, sorry about that. There we are. Wonderful. Now, can I make decent use? Oh, hang on. Oh, you know, I'll just slap on the toolbar wherever for now. What did I call it? Is it steer control? What the? Hang on. Let's come back down. I'm sure I set you up with the crab mode steering. Drive mode, walk mode, steer mode, drive mode, boom, batteries. Did I not set that up? I'm sure I did. Controller, stop, turn. Walk forward left. Oh. Oh, no, it's on the other mech that I did that. I've not done it on you yet. Need to set him up with his crab mode. Yeah, oh well. He's only got standard steering at the moment, fine. Yeah, because that new mech over there that I crashed and have to rebuild at some point, I've set him up with crab mode steering so you can get all the wheels to point in the same direction. So you can basically, like, strafe rather than turn. Back in the basket then. Oh, left it too high. There we go. Oh. Server lag. Do not crash that basket into that, please. In fact, actually, can I get high enough to just get up and on top of the beam? Ooh, more glass. Oh yeah, sweet. Awesome. Roof access. Cool. Do it that way then. That's way easier than moving the forklift over every 2 seconds. Probably be a good idea to have a rope and harness working at this kind of height, but from the storm coming in as well. Marvellous. Sweet. Yeah, this man basket idea has worked out being loads better than I thought it would be. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to drive over there. Build up that last little bit. That angle's horrible, so I'm going to change the camera position. What's that outcast? Yeah, Dread, where's your lanyard on your harness? I've not got my harness. To be honest, my climbing harness is out of date now and needs replacing. It is past its 10-year lifespan. Let's get a new one. Right, that's that doorway done. That's pretty good. Hopefully, with those big chunky tyres, it should keep the mech's legs a little bit protected when I try and do sketchy things, like drive in at weird angles. Though we are absolutely miles away from that. Bloody dust sucks. Always when I'm trying to do something. That look. Not too bad. Yay, and I can take out that block that I didn't want to actually put in there. Ow, thank you, Deborah. Oh, damn it. I've used all that steel already. Oh well. Right, we'll definitely have to come down then. How much power is left in the forklift? 92. He's got loads of power. He doesn't have to do any flying or anything like that, so he actually lasts quite a while. Food. Steel. Steel. There we go. Let's get rid of that. In fact, let's put some of that back. Let's take some more interior plate. Maybe more construction components somewhere. That. That. Yeah. Whatever, I'll do for now. Oh yeah, bulletproof glass for windows. That way. Do we have any more glass on hand? Oh, we've got loads of it stashed away in various little areas. Yeah, that'll do. That's fine. Yeah, if I do something over there, I might end up moving this connector somewhere else eventually, but worry about that later. Then again, probably fine just staying right in the corner there. What did we do over here? Oh, hey Kenneth. How you doing, man? Love the YouTube demo of the dad update. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, it was a lot of fun getting to play with the new features. Everyone else gets to play with them from tomorrow afternoon onwards, as far as I'm aware. Release date for it's tomorrow. They usually make the update go live about halfway through the live streams when they release. Usually about the first like half hour in or so. Why did I not still? Oh, because I ran out of steel. That's why. Yeah, how you doing, Kenneth? That can go into there. That's all of them. That's. Thank you, Deborah. May I have another? I can go up there. Yeah, and then we'll put a lip across the top of it. Work out the rest of the shape of the building. Ow! Okay, that's too much. That's too much. There's a survival kit on the back of here. Is the storm using off? Yeah, sometimes they're alright, and then sometimes I've been smacked so hard by Deborah I've nearly died, and then sometimes she's beaten me to death. Oh, what's that, Kenneth? Going great, hope you're doing well. What are you working on right now? Right now, I'm playing on Aegirs members only survival server. I'm trying to say 5 words at once there. And I just renovating. I've had to completely move the main section of my base because the grid went funky, and its collisions got completely messed up from the models. It all went very strange. It was causing physics bugs and server lag and all sorts of nonsense, and everything seems a lot more stable now. A lot less connection issues, a lot less weird lagginess. But yeah, after renovating and moving all that, I have now got so much materials scrounged up that basically every single inch of my storage is just jam-packed full of random stuff. So I'm trying to sort out some of my storage options and also make use of some of those materials. So I'm sorting out my storage warehouse because it's a kind of a vanilla scrapyard kind of vibe with this. We've got rather than using like the scrapyard mod by Splitzer, we've got a whole bunch of restricted items that you can't build. You'll see there's a restricted build component thing at the bottom. So there's lots of things you can't build, so you have to go out and scrap them. Mostly like large grid stuff, which is why I've got all these batteries, all these thrusters and things knocking about. Because I can't build these, I have to find them out in the wild and cobble the parts together to repair them. And I've lost my trail of thought as well. But yeah, I'm just building a warehouse to keep all of that stuff in. Because if I want to build anything large grid, I need to go out and find the parts, basically. Small grid stuff, I can pretty much slap together whatever I like. The large grid stuff is heavily restricted. So you need to go exploring, find crashes, find salvage missions, scrap what you can, and bring it back home again. But yeah, I'm just trying to fix up my storage warehouse for all that stuff. Get through some of these materials I've built up. And I need to figure out actual component storage, because someone very graciously donated me one of the massive, or one of the big large grid containers. And yeah, I need to figure out where I'm going to put that, because I'm planning to use that for my main base storage of like components and things. I just need to figure out where to put it. I wonder who that was. Yeah, exactly. You've been very helpful, Outcast. You've donated me some very useful things, and thank you for that haul of stuff you brought over to us yesterday. I didn't look at the numbers properly until after you'd left. There was loads of stuff there. Thank you so much for that. There was a lot of steel plate in there, a lot more than I was expecting. Right, we need to get back up there and weld up some more stuff, don't we? What am I doing? I am remote controlling the forklift. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. I'll do. Oh, am I running out of steel plate again already? I've only just come back up here. Fine, I'll come back down again. Right, more steel plate. What's that? If SE wasn't so unstable in multiplayer, you could probably make a large grid frame for big walker legs and do a small grid, large conversion for its body in bits. Yeah, I probably could. I could very easily do that in single player. And there was initially using the small grid to large grid sort of rotor trick to tack small grid things onto my big base, but I think that was also causing a few server issues, so I've cut all that stuff back now, and I'm restricting my subgrid shenanigans to just like mech stuff and at most like solar towers. Because yeah, there's things that there's all sorts of wizardry, lovely sounds, that you can do in single player that just multiplayer servers just do not like. Like on a single player server, I could just about get away with having those two pistons side by side and just about deal with the scrub that they'd have. But when I tried that on this, he started doing barrel rolls, so I had to have one piston on top of the other, have them stacked instead. Because side-by-side pistons on a server, yo, that is the quickest way to get phantom forces. I mean, pistons are clangy enough at the best of times in a single player game, let alone on a server. The ones on the armour aren't too bad though, because they're spaced out a block each, they've got plenty of room to breathe. But having side-by-side pistons, unfortunately, is still very scrubby. Oh, hey Kieran, didn't see your message. The crane over a welder ship. To be honest, I'm having more fun doing it like this. Well, again, like I was saying, I can't remember what I was saying. I think it was I'm trying to Outcast or Ire or somebody. I was saying that, like, I always find that just making a flying ship that can do the thing I want to do always just seems a bit cheesy and a bit lazy. Like, yeah, I could just make a ship with some welders and some cargo containers on them and just buzz around, flying around, welding everything up, but it's not as much fun. And it's not as interesting as making a man cage for my telehandler mech and then doing it this way. Also, the amount of back and forth faffing about you have to do to put all the materials into storage on the welder ship. Make sure you've got all the right stuff and then go back when you've forgotten some anyway. Doesn't really make much of a difference to me. I'd rather do it with the mech and enjoy doing things the interesting way rather than the easy way. The easy way is often boring. I could do. Like I said, I couldn't really adapt this design because even if I ran conveyors through it, the small grid pistons can't transfer half the materials I'd want. But oh crap, I'm getting irradiated again. Yeah. The shield won't save me from the extreme radiation. Jump in the cab, jump in the cab. There we go. It's fine. We'll live. Hopefully. Oh yeah, I didn't realise how low my health was. That'll be fine. We'll just fight off the radiation for a minute. I'll be able to eat more crisps again in a second. Oh, Jean Van raided. Ah, thank you very much. Did I miss the raid thing? Or did it not pop up? Hello raiders, how you doing? Oh, it's actually YouTube raided. Yo, hey guys. Whoa, 66 viewers. Thank you very much. How are you guys all doing? You've all jumped in at a really boring point and waiting for an electrical storm to bugger off and not die of being irradiated. But I'll get back to what I was doing in a second. I've been playing with my telehandler mech and using it to Jesus, 96 viewers, wow. Yeah, I've been playing with a telehandler mech to build this warehouse. And someone was just saying, why not I just build a welder ship? And I could do. Would be quicker, more efficient. But it's not as interesting as using my telehandler with the man cage on the front of it. It said 103 on the notice. Oh, did it? I missed the notice. I didn't even hear it. Oh, thank you for all the follows, guys. A welder ship isn't as fun. Yeah, exactly, Outcast. I'd rather... Okay, cool, the storm's buggered off now. I can get back in my man cage. Are we good? We're not getting irradiated anymore? Oh no, there's still a bit of radiation. That might just be the sun. If I get into the basket, that might go away. No, I'm still getting irradiated. Is the electrical storm still happening? Oh yeah, the electrical storm's still happening. Just wait for that to wear off. That should stop it eventually. Oh, what's that, Marcus? Didn't realise I was on Twitch too. Yeah, I usually, when I post, my stream announcements on my Discord, I almost always put the Twitch link in it as well. Yeah, I started streaming to Twitch a while back. Just thought, why not do it on multiple platforms at the same time? OBS can let me do it. Right, cool. Radiation's buggered off again. Let's get up here once more. So, for anyone that is new to the stream, I have been playing with my telehandler mech, although the camera's being a bit funny at the moment. Yeah, I've got this remote control telehandler mech that works quite well. And I've just been using him to help me build this platform. Where are we? We are not too far away. Ah, we're at a full extension there now. There we go, that'll do. Yeah, right. Need to eat now, have fun with the German community. No worries, man. I've got lots of friends that live in Germany. I was considering moving to Berlin when I was in my 20s because I spent so much time there. I've got quite a few friends that did move there. I've run out of glass. Of course I've run out of glass. Let's come back down again then. Yeah, I'll have to go around the man cage. Got more glass than that. There's some, and there's some. Yeah, my inventory system's a bit of a mess at the minute because I had to move my whole base and redesign things for server stability reasons. Which means I've got a whole bunch of stuff and very little places to put it. So I'm just trying to get through and use some more of it. Well then, let's hear your German. Oh god, no, I'm terrible at languages. I am absolutely terrible at languages. I don't like butchering other people's languages. I've had people on here ask me before to do an American accent and things. I'm just like, no, my accent's enough of a mess as it is anyway, without trying to imitate other people's. What's that, Kenneth? You can get around some of the dual piston phantom forces by having rotors on the heads or base. Yeah, rotors are really good as a buffer for things like that. That is why I often use rotors as the starting point for a lot of the legs. Is if I put a hinge on there, mounted sideways, so it can go left and right, it gets very unhappy. And that hinge there would be even unhappier, but for some reason, with the rotor there, and the rotor in here, either side of the hinge, it acts as like a weird clang buffer. Rotors are so much more stable than hinges are when it comes to that kind of stuff. But hinges are like, oddly, they're more rigid, and seem to hold their angles better. But yeah, rotors are really good for that. It's one of the things I'll have to change on this mech over here, actually. Because I started playing with an idea for a combat mech based off the frame of the forklifter. I just added in some extra legs. And I thought it'd be cheeky and mount thrusters on the undersides of where his legs connect up, because there's not a lot of space under here to put any thrusters. And it works fine. The only issue is, because that thruster is on the same grid as a hinge, every time he flies, these hinges start screaming and clanging and booming and banging. So I need to swap these hinges out for some kind of rotor setup at some point instead. And I also need to fix these two legs because I crashed him. Well, that's next on the agenda, is get that. I need to get some of this warehouse built, and then I might work on some of that in a bit. Yeah, we are. Did we grab the glass I needed? Yes, we did. Cool. So yeah, we've just been playing with my forklift mech. I made a basic little man basket for him to lift me up with, because he's just got a, as you can see, he's just got a pair of mag plates on the back for lifting and maneuvering stuff. I used him to shifty all of the larger blocks that are in there into position, because some of them are a bit heavy to carry yourself with grabby hands. And he works really well. And he apparently also works really well as a crane. Essentially. Swizzle Stick received gift. Oh, who's dishing out the memberships? Ah, Golden Finch. Thank you very much, man, for dishing out memberships to people. Oh, some lucky people in there. Cheers, dude. Thank you very much. What's that, Kenneth? I'm guessing you already tested, but are the hinges on shear inertia tensor? Also, could you retract the hinges and mag lock it? But you could also... sorry. But are the hinges on shear... Also, if you could retract the hinges and mag lock it, that could also work. Oh, it's scary. Yeah, shear inertia tensor is not too bad on this server at all. As long as you know what you're doing with shear inertia tensor, you won't have any problems. If you start throwing it willy-nilly onto random mechanical blocks, things will get weird very quickly. Yeah, all the grids that need share inertia tensor on it have it on. All the ones that don't have it on. And yeah, it's not been too bad. Not had any clangy issues. Like I said, the only weird Phantom Forces and clang issues I've had on the server so far really was the little forklift. When I tried to put two pistons side by side on him. That barely works on a single player game, let alone on a server. So as soon as I retracted those pistons back in, he started doing little cartwheels. So that did not work particularly nicely. So I had to stack the pistons instead of have them in tandem. What do I need? I need more steel, don't I? Even more steel. Right, yeah, there's loads more in here somewhere. That'll do. How much glass did we have left? 75, that's fine. Do-do-do. Wow, Outcast. What are you wowing at? Groovy. Ooh. Oh, stop pressing the thruster button. Okay. Oh, all the new members and stuff. Yeah, man. Yeah, that was pretty amazing. I bet how many pieces? I'm not even short of glass. I'm short of construction components. Really? Okay, fine. Fine. Whatever. We'll go and get some more construction components. Yeah, Golden Finch was feeling very, very generous. Thank you very much, dude. It is much appreciated. Why am I trying to pick up large tubes? Oh, yeah, because... Hey? Oh, is that just leftover junk? Yeah, that's just leftover junk in my build planner. I don't need the steel tubes. That can go. What I needed was more construction components. Grab some more of them. Yeah, that'll do. What are we on? Coming up on 3 hours. Oh, that's fine. That is absolutely fine. What's that, Legionnaire? You shall remain dodging. Golden Finch, you deserve the recognition, so no worries. Oh, thank you very much, dude. That is really, really appreciated. Bum. Let's go back up here. Oh, maybe I could be a smart ass and put a sense. Actually, the server lag might not be able to keep up. The delay might be too much. I was thinking, oh, actually, maybe I could put a sensor on the back of the claw that activates when the mag plates are locked, and then that sensor could do the same thing that the mag plates do when they detect something that's too close. It stops the boom arm and prevents me from crashing through stuff, because at the moment it's really awkward to sort of maneuver this thing from the basket and be really aware of how much space I've got, because from up here I can't see my wheelbase. I don't know where my wheels are. And from a third person view, it's kind of awkward to tell how far I am exactly from the wall, and I don't want to put the basket through the wall. So yeah, maybe a sensor. Then I would have to power the man cage. We would need a battery and a charge point. Then again, somebody mentioned a solar panel. Yeah, there's so many different ways I could do that. Right, let's come back. Actually, let's just move across. Let's just move across to the other one. Stand in a position where the awning is not getting in the way of my camera. Yeah, that'll have to do. There we go. Just use them like a cherry picker. Lovely. Yeah, but for some reason the server's being weird about third-person camera when you're in a remote control block. It gets all weird and locked into place for some odd reason. Can it make a retractable hinged piston camera in the rear that gives you a good view of the vehicle? Yeah. I've been thinking about something like that. I mean, there is, well, there should be a camera on top of the cab for the forklifter. But I don't think I've set the remote up with it properly, have I? No, I've not. Oh no, there's a camera on the boom. Oh, I've not got around to building it yet. That's why. There's a few things I needed to, a few other things I needed to do, and one of them was put a camera on top of the cab of the mech. Oh yeah, we're at full extension. Oh, we're actually now a little bit too close. Come back a tad. There we go. Lovely. I just need to lift up a little bit without smacking into the wall. There we go. Ooh, careful. Careful. Ooh, actually. If I change some things, I could put small suspension blocks in the end as a bumper instead. And that would stop me accidentally smashing the basket through things. Right, that's both sides of that wall done. Can I get all the way back up again? I want to figure out what I'm doing with the roof section. Oh, that's as close as I'm getting at the moment. I'll have to go to the ramp in the middle. Too low down there. Yeah, that's a horrible angle. Let's approach that a little bit better. There we go, that's nicer. I'm actually in the middle now. I promise I'm a certified forklift instructor, honestly. Groovy. Yeah, maybe some really short-range spotlights as well, so I've got a bit of a distance gauge towards stuff. So I wasn't expecting to end up quite that close. Right, what do I want to do with the top of this then? Because that is going to be the top of the door frame. That could maybe bring that shape up another block. And then just run a row of cubes or something across the top of here. Of course it would help if I hadn't done that. No, what? What loads of steel? What are you on about? Oh. Effective shape, that's why. Put a weird triangle in there by mistake. Can I put a window in there to walk across? Yes I can. Grab the right colour. Let's delete you. You weren't a cube. I do that all the time. Yeah, so we do a row of cubes across here. We'll put another window in that gap. I actually hope I've got it right way round. Yes I have. Lovely. There's my basket, it's right in the middle. How have I swapped to that? Have I just put in a row of... Oh my god. Stupid mouse roller. You rolled over to the wrong shape. Yeah, I need to get a new mouse and keyboard. My current ones are a little bit worn out. So many games I play heavily rely on that mouse roller, and it is a little bit twitchy now. What's that? Ichko... I'm not even going to attempt to butcher your name, mate. Some buttons at the basket to move up, down, forward and backward. Yeah, the basket itself is a separate grid, so... Because I've been debating whether or not to make a separate basket attachment. Am I doing weird stuff? Settle down. I've been debating making a separate basket attachment that I could swap between, or I've got to make the basket powered somehow. But yeah, some buttons to do that would be good, but if I made it an attachment I could do the buttons really easy. If I have it separate I've got to use relays to do the buttons. Which would be an interesting engineering challenge. So I'm trying to decide whether it's easier to have a basket that I just grab or a basket that is physically attached, but it would require redoing some of the turret controller stuff each time I swap over. Potentially. Actually, I don't really need the camera. It's something I'll work on later, probably. There are a couple of different ways I can do it, because yeah, having to keep jumping into the control panel like that every few minutes is a bit boring. Whereas... yeah, we could get a few button panels up here. Oh, it's annoying that it's only got 3 buttons on it though, because I've got an up, a down, an extend and a retract for the boom. Oh, if there's only one more button on that panel I could fit it all onto that. That would be lovely. Maybe I could just have 2 side by side and have other controls on there as well, because that is an idea I do like. Would be interesting. You know what? Can I do that and then just run up here and weld them up that way rather than having to move the forklift every 5 minutes? and I'll just get those blocks underneath there later. Yeah, I'll just get them with the boom arm and do it like this for now. It's a bit easier. Yeah, of course. Of course. I've run out of steel again. There is never enough steel. There we go. Yeah, I might try and make a powered basket, because that would be a lot less hassle than having to swap this whole hinge section out on a regular basis. And I could just literally have it live somewhere. In fact, it could probably... Oh, I'm starving to death, running out of energy. It could probably have a home, actually, up here. Because this is all going to be storage space for stuff, but this track down the middle is going to be empty. So yeah, I could probably have like a little position for it there, be able to just drive the forklift up, grab it when necessary, and then take it away again. It could have a little charging point there. That might work nicely. What's that? When you make an attachment, use a helm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I could just put a helm on it, couldn't I? Oh, I'd only really be able to use a helm if I make that like a physical attachment for the. If you use the basket, the helm would only really do anything if I had more event controllers attached to it that are doing exactly the same thing that the event controllers on here are already doing. Yeah, there's different ways I could do it. I'm just trying to... still debating which would be the best way. Buttons would work, a helm would work. What's that? Several floors with different modules. Yeah, I was thinking of making some kind of racking system for storing things. And I do like that idea, Kenneth, having like a rack of different attachments for things. Because like I said, I might make a drill attachment for it. I could make a grinder attachment for it as well. That would probably be quite handy for grinding things down that are awkward to reach. Oh, I need to get in the cab. I'm going to run out of energy while I'm rambling nonsense. Yeah, a little station here with some things. Because yeah, the man cage would need to be powered. I could probably have that at the bottom. And you could have a little charging thing around here somewhere that I could work out how to build. And then extra tools and things, I could stack them above. And then you could just reach up for it with the boom arm and grab the right one. What's that, Golden Finch? A short range antenna so you can use the helm to remote control the lifter. Oh yeah, actually that would be an even better idea, wouldn't it? Rather than buttons. Yeah, actually. Yeah, because I could just make that a powered sub-grid. Hang on, let's have a look. Let's have a... Oh, it's not in that one, it's in control seats. Yeah, I'll just pop it there for the moment. Let's grab some bits. Let's have a look and see if this works. I grabbed all the parts and you said you gave me all the parts, Build Planner. You do this all the time. You lie to me. Although I would like to move the basket a little bit, actually. You know, I'd probably put that in the middle and be able to move around it. That's probably more sensible idea. I want to be able to get into those corners of the basket. That control station in the way might be a bit awkward. Have you really got just enough to connect to there? Interesting. I'll put you there for now anyway. So... Oh, messages. Missed messages. Well, doesn't that work when not on the same grid? We'll find out in a minute, Golden Finch. A thought, right there. If you are looking for storage for your mechs, and they resemble spiders, have you considered making underground storage like a good old trapdoor? I have done, but we've had a few issues on the server that have required like voxel resets. So I am trying to avoid digging into the ground as much as possible, just in case of things like that. Because I know a few people had asteroid bases that they had to dig back out again after these server issues were dealt with. I do like the idea of having, especially thematically with the spider thing, of having like a trapdoor storage for them. But because it's an always online server, I've just been using a services terminal over there to store things that I don't need. If it was a single player game and it was just me playing, yeah, I'd make a big shed and just keep everything in there and I'd just deal with the sim speed issues, but I don't want to be a dick like that on somebody else's server, so I'm just sort of storing things as and when they're needed. So what else do I need on this? I need power and I need a antenna, don't I? Let's just build a wee little battery for a second. It's only little, I'll just grind it off when I don't need it. I just want to test this idea. Antenna to send the signal. Stick you down there like that for the minute. Right. Power signal. Remote control. And I can use my third-person camera as well. Yes. Right, that was a brilliant idea, guys. That works lovely. I need to incorporate that properly into this basket at some stage. How much power does that have on that little battery? I'm in the wrong grid. How much power does that little battery have? 38 minutes like that. Just powering the antenna. What if I drop the range down on that antenna to literally 50 meters, because we are not very far from that thing at all. That gives me 5 hours of power. That is way better. That's actually totally reasonable. That little battery like that will last longer than the battery on the forklift. The batteries on the forklift do. And I think it's got 2 large batteries, or 2 of the large small grid batteries. Yeah, that is a way better way of doing that. Yeah, thank you guys. That is a fantastic assortment of ideas that have come together nicely. That is loads better. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to... didn't need to do that. Definitely going to have to jig some stuff around on this basket and make it look nicer, but that definitely works way better. Way, way better. Yeah, awesome. I am super happy with that. Right, how practical is it with that control seat in the middle? That shouldn't be too bad actually. I can still move around either side of it. Possibly even make the basket a little bit bigger as well. What's that in there? The best we can as a chat is to help entertain our host and throw out some ideas. Well, that's why I love viewer interaction, man. That's why I love chatting to people, and you guys throwing out random ideas and saying, hey, would this work? Hey, would that work? Because, yeah, that's how we come up with cool stuff like this. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this idea for the basket rather than attaching it directly to the mech, because that'll be all kinds of faff. This idea worked beautifully. I just need to make this have some kind of charging point for it, because I could just slap a solar panel on the top, but I like having that window there rather than being completely blocked in by a solar panel. So yeah, maybe... yeah, maybe taking out one of these blocks and then sticking one of the small inset connectors in it, and I could just drop it onto the floor and have one of the large grid inset connectors over there and just drop it in place and charge it up that way, I reckon. Oh yeah, because also me using this is gonna drain the battery slightly when my suit powers up. Yeah, but no, that seems pretty... oh my... I came up all the way up here without any steel, because I put it all back in the thing. Yeah, that doesn't actually really need many controls on it. It just needs to go into there, doesn't it? Oh, that is so much better. That is way, way, way better. Actually turn the camera and maneuver around. Yeah, the third-person camera with the remote controls seems a bit funny on this server, but doing it that way with the helm, so much better. You know what, in fact, what are we on? We've just gone past 3 hours. I'm going to do at least another hour. I might go a little bit longer. But I'm invested in this idea now. I want to upgrade this basket. I can carry on doing that whenever. In fact, we can use the building of this to test out the basket ideas. So, I'm going to have a quick little bio break. Grab myself another cup of tea. Oh, because mine's gone cold. And then when I come back in a few minutes, we'll have a little play around with making this basket better. I might just lash him to the side and then make a Mark II, and then grind this one down when I'm finished. Yeah, I am definitely liking these basket ideas. So, let's just jump into here so I don't get murdered by weather or spiders. Or weather and spiders at the same time. I'll leave you all with a vaguely interesting view in the darkness while I pop out for a second. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. We'll play around with this forklift idea a little bit more. Right, I'm back again with a fresh cup of tea. And some new ideas. Right, Lead there. Deployable ramps for side railing would be good too. Not only for better getting in and out, but also widening your walking space. Yes, that would be a good idea actually, Ledner. Oh, the back soon thing's still up. Let me get rid of that. Outcast, missed chat, Deborah's been banned. Have we banned Deborah from the server? Has everyone gotten that annoyed with her? You know what, one of these... In fact, those batteries go back onto recharge mode and get turned off again, because I've got the proper batteries rigged back up on the base now. Right, basket. I want to play around with this idea, because you guys are giving me some very interesting ideas to play with. Let's move you in here where we've got some light. And we can see what we're doing. Yeah, so... Maglock off. Let's dump you there for a second. Maneuver you round a bit. Right, you can live there. I can eat some more crisps so I don't die. What is the blue light at the back for? The blue light at the back is the reverse light. A lot of modern forklift trucks, at least in the UK anyway, I imagine it's the same throughout the world, tend to have a blue light at the back as your reverse marker. So you know which way your back end is going to go as you're driving. It usually sticks out a little bit further back from the body, because trying to drive and reverse in a forklift can be a little bit tricky sometimes, and having that blue light as a frame of reference at the corner of your peripheral vision makes it a lot easier to judge turns in reverse. Obviously, it makes no difference to me on this giant forklift because I'm doing it most of the time in a third person, but I just thought it would be a fun little thing to add in for any forklift drivers that see me operating this thing while I'm playing the game. Because I've been a forklift driver for about 15 years now. I'm also a qualified forklift instructor as well. So I teach people how to drive these horrendous machines when I can be bothered doing that job, because it's not actually that much fun. Immersion, yeah, exactly. It's for the immersion. It was just a daft idea that came up because when I was putting it together, I put in all the driving and steering and reversing controls, and I just thought, the blue dot, I need to have my blue dot at the back of my forklift. And yeah, it's just one of the angled floodlights. It sits in quite a good angle and quite a good position. And I've just set the radius on it quite low, so the beam isn't as widespread as it would be. So it's more of a small circle on the floor rather than a big blue patch. Yeah, just a funny little quirk I put in there for the immersion. Right, so what do we want to do with this then? Don't want to go completely mad with it, but I do like the suggestion of fold-up ramps at the side. That would be a good idea for access and things like that. Where am I going to put it first? So I'm thinking that's the back end of the room. That's going to be the wall there. So maybe have the rack there. To be honest, where it connects up to can be moved. I'm planning on just using one of the inset connectors. So we'll just put it here for now. We'll take that out. We'll get that one. Doesn't need to be piped in. Yeah, let's go grab some bits for it. Should have plenty of stuff. Although I think my inventory is still full of other crap. Yeah, it's still full of steel plate and stuff, isn't it? No, it's full of glass and interior plates. Don't need the glass. There we go, that's all the bits I need. What's that, Outcast? Same reason you have all the FAA lighting on your flyers. Yeah, man, immersion. And if you know about a thing, it's often a funny little quirk to put things in like that in there. Well, that's that. Cool idea. Thank you very much, man. So, I like this kind of general shape, and I like the idea of using these pieces, so I want to try and keep that vibe, but I also need to stash those things better. Let's... How should we do this? I might make it one row deeper actually, so I've got a bit more room to maneuver. Yeah, I might make it a little bit bigger. That's not what I need. Now I need steel again. Not much, just a little bit. There we go, that'll do. Those batteries fully charged again. Cool, I can go off and stay like that. I'll build it here. Every time build planner. Wonderful. Right, let's also just quickly paint that a really obvious colour. I don't know what to chop off again. Right, so I might do this 3 wide. In fact, I don't just want to do it out of the black one. Actually, no, that does match with that though, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll stick with that colour. Connector, I want it to be able to dock up. Let's pop one of them face down right in the middle. And then I'm going to use those 3x3 slabs, so I'll make that match a 3x3 slab. That'd be the one, and I need interior plates again, obviously. Basket Case version 2. Yeah, Basket Case the Revenge. I love Basket Case, it's an amazing film. For anyone that's not seen it, I'm typing the word Basket Case, subconsciously. Interior plates, that's what I'm after. Yeah, for anyone that hasn't seen Basket Case, please watch it. It's a fantastically awful B-movie. And one of my favourites. Oh, bloody large grid things. Actually, I want it that way around. I want that detail on the top layer. Yeah. Assemble it, print me off one basket case movie. Yeah, man. Print me off all the 80s B-movie horrors. They are the best films of all. In fact, actually, I want those side ones oriented 90 because I'm going to make it 3x3 out of the 3x3 slabs. Now I need to find the slabs again. There they are. So that will be the middle. Probably should have built this on the voxel so it doesn't keep getting confused over what grid size I'm trying to build in. Now, is a 3x3 one going to be too big? I don't want it to be ridiculously big. It's not too bad. It's too big, I can just chop bits off it, it'll be fine. Floor blocks. So let's have more of them as the back of it, because I quite like that look. Yeah, do it that way. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing over and over and over and over, yeah. What's that? Good night, I'm out, it's 6 o'clock. Makes trouble. Oh, no worries, man. No worries, dude. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for all the guys that have dropped by from the stream raid over on Twitch. Thank you very much. Yeah, enjoy your evening, man. Yeah, it's not too much bigger. I just don't want it to end up being gigantic and being massive. I quite like the compact little look of this, but it feels just a little bit too compact. Whereas that would probably be a bit nicer. Right, so I need to get... I might put 2 small batteries into it. And then that we're going to pick up from about here, aren't we? So I could potentially put one of the parabolic antennas on the back of it, rather than having one of the chunky, blocky ones on this side. Just need to be able to get up there a bit easier. See up there. There we go. So yeah, I might just copy that shape. I'm quite happy with that, and then just adapt a few bits. Oh, of course, steel again. More steel. Bloody loads of it. That'll do. Time to completely fill my inventory full of it again. Ooh. Randomly drop the block. Yeah, we could have that across there. Ooh, you know what? Might even make that top row hazard stripes. It's health and safety equipment. We should have some hazard stripes in there. Yeah, that bit could be hazard stripes. The rest of that could all be the same dark grey sci-fi texture. guardrails on the outside for less claustrophobic feel. Someone mentioned, I think it was Len there, mentioned retractable ramps that sort of double as them. And that's very easy to do, and I quite like the idea, so I think I'm going to have a hinge either side and have like a little retractable ramp thing that is both what's that? Hazard stripes, an annoying horn, and spinning lights. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have spinning lights. Probably should put horn on the telehandler. Probably be a good idea. Yeah, definitely gonna put some of the rotating spinning lights on it. In fact, why haven't I put any of them on the main mech yet? That definitely needs a big orange spinning light on it for when it's active. Oh, that's probably why I always forget about that, because most of the places I've ever worked, they deactivate the orange lights because the flashing is really annoying. Let's get a little bit higher up there so I can put the glass roof on it. Yeah, get up there. Back to that colour, and I took it off my toolbar because there's not 2x1s. There we go. Girder. Girders. Lovely. I'll come back for that glass in a second too. Yes, I know, because my stupid face is in the way. There we go. Wonderful, and then, yeah, I need a pile of glass, don't I? Oop, that's a battery. Those are solar cells. That is glass. Look at it. We can actually extend that out further as well because we've got a longer base to work with, so... Yeah, let's bring that out a little bit. Oh, we've dropped a window somewhere. Yeah, bring that out so we've got a little bit more cover from the radiation. Might extend it further, but I'm going to leave it at that for now. We'll see how it looks when I get the other bits in place. That can go. Weld up the bottom of this. I could put batteries in either side of that. That connector that's in the middle. Yeah, so weld that up. That'll be our charging point, hopefully. Should sit close enough to that. Well, it'll be completely flat. I just hope it doesn't spark or damage itself. That can be that. That can get welded. That can get welded. We will pop a battery in either side of that. It doesn't need massive amounts of power, but it does need some. So yeah, we have a couple of them there. Perhaps instead of some batteries into the floor around the connector, embed some batteries into the floor around the connector. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking, man. Exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah, because he doesn't need loads of power. He just needs enough to run the control seat and send that signal. That's going to need covering up though, because I hate that. I hate those exposed ports. Oh, connection problem. Come on, server, you've been really nice to me all evening. Bum 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 bum. We've got those little signs, haven't we? Where are they? What could I use from in there to cover that up? You can use that little connector as mini storage for plates and things. It's got so little storage space in it that it's not even worth it. You can get 20 plates in there, and that's not even one steel, that's not even one armor block. I'm not too worried about storage in there. I'm honestly not too worried about putting storage on it in general, because if I'm going to start faffing about putting storage on here, I may as well just build a welding ship. I don't mind the back and forth of having to go back to get more bits, but maybe a spare bottle. We've got limited jetpacks on this server, so this is me trying to fly up. Which is another reason that I'm relying on mostly ground-based vehicles, because we've got restricted jetpacks as well as all the other hardcore survival stuff, so hydrogen bottles make no difference, and I've got plenty of oxygen on person, so I don't need an oxygen bottle. I'm not too worried about it. It's the tiniest bit of storage in the world. It's so insignificant that I don't really care. I care more about covering up the port than I do anything else. Because I hate having those exposed ports. No. No. Maybe. No. No. Hazardous environment. There you go, that'll do. We'll cover it up with that for the moment. Oh yeah, maybe put that on. Yeah, but then the control seat would then be all the way in the middle, and I kind of want it up front a bit. I'm happy with that. I like having that there for a laugh. Because the helm, I was thinking of having fairly close to the front. Oh actually, yeah. Anti-radiational medkit. To be honest, when I've got more anti-rad stuff, maybe. At the moment, I found a grand total of 1 anti-rad kit. But that probably would be a good idea to maybe store in there. Oh, thank you, Deborah. You're back again, are you? Right, let me hide in the forklift again, then. Telehandler. Keep saying forklift. I know they're all forklifts, really. But yeah, I basically just spent a day looking at... Oh, hey, Akane Empire, how you doing, man? What's the outcast? Need to make vodka. Oh, yeah, I always forget about... I always forget the Aegirs vodka mod's got the anti-rad properties. I have found some potatoes, I think. Maybe I might start a little potato farm, just for the anti-rad medication. I'll just live in the desert, blind drunk, all the time on vodka to get rid of the radiation sickness. In fact, yeah, I could make a little potato farming robot who just makes me vodka all day long. The anti-rad stuff, you either have to buy it or find it. Aegirs food mod, his potato mod, also adds a vodka recipe to the food processors, and his vodka recipe has like similar anti-rad properties to the rad medication. I don't know the exact stats on it, but I know it does deal with your radiation issues. So yeah, because I've been trying to avoid doing any farming stuff, because again, like, Engineered Coffee is doing farming and he sells food. I want to get to a point where I have to go and see him to buy food and do all that kind of stuff, but a potato farm just for the anti-rad medication, I might allow myself that one, because I do want to have at least like one little farming robot somewhere, but I don't want to just sit here producing all the top end food for myself and never have to go and see Engineered Coffee. Yeah, I might make a little potato farm just for that. Storm's still irradiating me really badly. Fine. What's that? The farming robot would have to have the face block of absolute annoyance. Oh god, yeah. All the service robot things that I make, I always put, I always try and put the emotion block on them. And more often than not, I like giving them the grumpy faces. I like the sort of thematic idea of my robots always being annoyed at having to serve humans or work for them. So yeah, I do quite often put the grumpy faces on them. In fact, I didn't really get a chance to show it off. On Aegirs BattleBot stream the other weekend, we briefly spawned in my BattleBot arena I'm working on, and there are a couple of like concession stand, like ticket selling robots in there that will track the players because they're made out of a turret controller, and I put a grumpy face on them, but we got so heavily into just playing with the BattleBots that I never got to show off that bit really. But yeah, there'll definitely be a grumpy robot or two knocking around the base. Come on, Storm. Robots frustrating having to deal with flashbangs. Exactly. Yeah, I sort of have the kind of role-play idea that I myself, Dread Mechanic, am not fully human, not quite robot, somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I want to update, I want to try and make a suit mod for SE1 as well, so I want to update my SE2 mod. I want to make the skull face on it have a few cybernetic parts, but I need to get better at blender modelling before I do anything like that. Right, can we play out here now? Is the storm... yeah, it's receding a little bit, I think. Doesn't seem as harsh as it was before. Oh good, another round of potato plucking, happy days. Yeah. What the hell am I doing next? Oh yeah, so I want to weld you up for a start, because I want to put that there. So how are we on? Coming up on 4 hours. I might go for another hour, why not? Well, that there, so I want to take some of the ideas from this. I want to take some of the ideas that you guys have mentioned as well. Now, baskets. Oh, hang on, let me put my antenna on there first. So, you're on the floor like that. Those pads are about here. So if I mount the damn thing, probably take off the toolbar. Nope, there it is. If I stick an antenna up there, it is nice and out of the way of the mag plates then. Ooh, that was some server craziness. That is out of the way of the mag plates, but it's not in the way of stuff in there. Oh, that's what the craziness was. I tripped over that block I spawned earlier by mistake. sure there was a window I dropped somewhere as well. I'll probably trip over that as well at some stage. What's that? Sorry, that was an example of sarcastic broadcasting you're open to. Golden Finch, it's like you're reading my mind. Some of the things I've done, some of the robots I've done for some projects I have yet to reveal, I have done something exactly like that. I have got robots with broadcast controllers in them that can detect players and say an assortment of sarcastic and mildly annoyed things in response to your presence. And I'm pretty much going to do something similar here, I think. Ah! Puddin just subscribed. Thank you very much, Puddin. What's that? A design concept I could see you doing a daddy long leg walker. Large cargo container, welding arm underneath. That would be quite cool, actually. Yeah, there's so many things like that. Like, I do like to take a lot of my inspiration from bugs and insects and things. I think that's mostly just being a massive Shiro Masamune fan. Most of his mech designs in Ghost in the Shell and stuff like that are all very heavily influenced by insects and things. Most notably the Tachcomas. Yeah, well, let's do two. What's that? That would need magnetic plate or landing gears feet though to climb on the buildings. I've been wanting to do a mech like that. I've experimented in the past with trying to make a climbing spider using mag plates, and the results I had at the time were not the best. Although I was probably doing things very wrong. I could never get the feet to lock and unlock at the right times with the legs, and it would more often than not, kind of everything would get stuck in it, try and rip itself apart. But I have seen people do more successful climbing mech designs like that. I need to try it again at some stage. I'm sure it's possible. I just need to figure out the best way to do it. Yeah, especially with the mag plates and those new half landing gears. These things literally look like robot feet. Like, I really want to do something with them. With a robot that could, like, climb up stuff. Yeah, because they literally just look like a robot's foot. The timing controls on something like that would be very interesting. Yeah, that was the issue I was having. Was the timing between the legs moving forward, dropping down, locking down, pulling the mech along, and then unlocking and lifting again. Trying to get all those timings down was really tricky, and like I said, more often than not I ended up with just all the mag plates stuck to the floor and the legs still trying to move and trying to rip itself to pieces. But I might try it again at some point. Like I said, I'm sure I saw somebody on the Mech Engineers Discord a while back successfully make one. I can't remember who it was, but they had a video of them having a little spider mech climbing up a load of blocks, and it worked really well. I need to figure out exactly how they did it. I'm sure I just went over and grabbed those parts. Build planner. Outcast, very slow and clunky. Yeah, it would have to be fairly slow for the delay in the mag plates, because the mag plates don't lock and unlock instantly. There's a tick or two in there. Right, what was that? That's at 61%. That one. I'm sure I grabbed the parts of that like 3 times now. Come on, build planner. Thank you. Have we actually grabbed the stuff this time? Thank you. No. Game, I'm trying to select the small grid one, please. Thank you. Why did you put it all the way up in my face? Where's that other one? There, isn't it? Yeah, it's there. Construction components. What's that? Oh, Golden Finch. I don't think I could have worked on a mining rover crane with multiple mag plates to lock down the mining crane while driving, and the mag plates really tripped you up. Ah. Yeah, I've had issues with mag plate kind of stuff before. What's that, Kenneth? You did some experiments with mags and the auto lock doesn't connect when the gear is off. So unlock and toggle off and then toggle on when it's in the correct position seems to work pretty nice. Okay. I'll have to bear that in mind. Yeah, because I've always wanted to make a spider mech that can climb things like a spider. It's just a bit awkward trying to do it. Like, trying to make it move quickly like a spider does. Very tricky. Making it move slowly, not too bad. Right, so you... I'll make railings out of you. I also want platforms that can fold down. And then maybe I could use a few of those blocks for some event controllers for the Switch. Maybe start out with a spider pig. I have got robot pigs. Again, I can't spawn them in. Because I'm not on my own server, but I do have robot pigs, and I'm pretty sure... Oh no, I don't think I'd ever uploaded them. Yeah, I do have some little battle pigs that I made a while back. Like, in an attempt to try and make the smallest mechs that I could, and they ended up looking quite pig-shaped. We've got a rocket one and a Gatling one, and I think there's one with some assault cannons on somewhere that does backflips every time he fires. But yeah, I've got some robot pigs in there. One of those old designs that I messed around with and never published. How do I do this ramp? Do I want one across the front? I don't think I want one across the front, because I'd always have to move the front barrier, but it'd be handy having them at the sides for getting a little bit more reach. So yeah, the front I might just do the same as that, and then have railings at the side for extra access and things. Don't need that. Yippee. Yeah, I'll publish I'll publish the battle pigs at some point. The AI controlled as well, so they can sort of wander around and patrol things. And I can't remember whether I put an offensive block in them so they can actually go off and attack things. I think I did. But yeah, I can't check properly on this server because obviously I can't spawn in blueprints. Might try and build one or two of the battle pigs at some point though, when I've got my workshop set up properly. So yeah, I've got all sorts of stupid robot ideas that I've never published that kind of half work or I never ended up finishing up. Oh, Varian. Hey, Dread. Did I miss anything happening today? Not really. I mean, I usually wrap up about now, but I think I'll do a little bit. I think I'll... what is it? 10:30 now. I'll do like another half hour. Because it's Sunday night, it's getting late. No, we've not missed any... Nothing tragic has happened on today's stream. Not had any accidents. But, we have been playing around with some man cage baskets for my telehandler mech, and a few people have chucked out a couple of ideas over the last hour or so on how to make some improvements on the first iteration, and yeah, I'm just going through that. What's that? Outcast. Ideas in your brainium that won't get out until you make the thing. Yeah, I've got... My blueprint list really needs sorting out. I have got... What is it now? 2026. I've been playing this on PC since 2020, so I've got 6 years worth of blueprints and half-finished ideas and stuff I've meant to publish and never got round to, and yeah, there's so much stuff in there. It needs organising. It needs going through. Because there's also a million things in that are just called, like, grid. Because I've gone to blueprint stuff, forgotten to name the grid first, and so I've got loads of these that are just need removing. Oh, that is the sound of murderous spiders. Oh! You little swear word. I'm not going to swear. Try not to swear on screen. Have a double tap. Yeah, I haven't seen a spider in a while. Starting to forget about them. How do I want to do this railing? What's that? Variant, would you take custom mech request at all, by the way? If you need to ask. That is kind of part of my plan, Variant. Because obviously I can't sell mechs through like the store block or anything like that. Not in a way that wouldn't require Subsistence or Aya to mess with the mod, and I wouldn't want them to do it that way anyway because I wouldn't get any profit out of that. So what I'm thinking of doing is setting up a showroom with some blueprints in it. Rather than just having like 10 mechs spawned in the world, I can just have some like projector tables that I can turn on when necessary to view the blueprints in question. And if people want to buy them, then I can build them to order, sort of. Because I've been thinking with this whole advanced welder system and the weld pads, it's actually way easier for me to put parts together by hand, because most of these leg sections I can actually lift with the grabby hands, so I could essentially just make a bunch of stuff, print out all the bits, and essentially cobble a mech together and sell them to other players, custom made essentially. It'll take like a couple of days to build the thing once my workshop's set up, but yeah, I'm definitely thinking of doing that exact sort of thing, and making custom mechs for other players if they want them. Oh, I've missed a whole bunch of messages there. You little blam sounded appropriate. What's Outcast? Wasn't sure if that was you or me with the spider at first. Yeah. To be honest, I've got a rifle. I think I've found 2 rifles actually now. And I've found a bit of ammo, but I'm trying to save that for doing more like base raiding stuff when I need to take down yeah, I found 2 rifles, I found a bit of ammo, I found a few weapons and a few bits and pieces. But I'm saving that for doing proper raiding. When it comes to just pest control around the base, the basic pistol does fine. I did find some magnesium the other day as well, so I can start producing my own ammunition, but yeah, I've just gotten used to having the little sidearm here for the moment for bug control. They only ever seem to turn up in 1 or 2 at a time, and it's not hard to just take a few shots and deal with a spider. They don't have massive amounts of health. But yeah, thank you for the offer of the rifle. But yeah, I've done a bit of exploring. I've found a few bits. I could probably actually make my own weapons now. Let's not shoot my platform there. Oh, run out of power again while I'm rambling. Okay, so I'm recharging for a second. We can put some ramps on the side. They could fold up. I don't want them to be too big. How big's that? That's 1, 2, 3 blocks, isn't it? 1, 2, 3 blocks out from there. That would be a reasonable distance. Doesn't need to be massive. Oh yeah. Weld that up there. Went and grabbed the parts for it and completely forgot. Oh, Barry, you mean like one-off creations? Yeah, I could do. I usually could do. Well, that was kind of half the point I meant with the showroom. I never got around to finishing that thought. My idea was I could have like a bunch of like basic stuff on display, and then if you want a particular modification to it, that could be easy enough to do. Like, sort of have like some like basic kind of like chassis designs, and then people could say, I want that particular style of mech, but I'd like it to have this tool or this kind of storage or this kind of feature, and I could kind of incorporate it that way. What's that? Throw a block at the spider with grabby hands. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to try that out and see if the block damage does anything to them. See if it actually works. I keep meaning to do that. I need to have some little blocks on hand next time I hear a spider. What's that variant? You sell ammo and weapons, not just ship up players. Too. He's going to offer to sell some to you. Could sell you some ammo or interior touch. Oh, cool. So you're the ammo dealer, are you? Ooh. Cool. I'll have to come and see you then at some point. Ow. God. Yeah, I'll have to come see you then at some point, because like I said, I don't want to do all the mining myself. I found a little bit of magnesium to make myself some ammo, but I would rather go and see you, for example, for ammo, or go see Engineered Coffee and Food, and all those things. And I've actually done a few missions and started to save up some cash, so I can actually start buying stuff off other people now. What's that variant? Throwing a block does work, definitely. Just bear in mind in where the block bounces off to. You had one that bounced almost 2k away. Nice. That's amazing. Oh, what's that, Outcast? That's your plan with your Golem rover. Even working on a factory with selectable projectors for the variant attachments. Cool. Yeah, man. These radiation storms. Ooh, don't eat raw meat. That'll poison you. I'm risking it. I'm going to get smacked in the head by Deborah again, I know it, but... want to... What am I going to do with this ramp? What should I do with the ramp? I I want it to turn... Ooh, actually, I know what I'm going to do with the ramp. I'm going to have you there. I'm going to have you there. What way should I do it? I'll just do it that way. That'll be fine. So yeah, I thought, smeg off, Deborah. Leave me in peace. It was that cast, you just got slapped backhanded and then pimp slapped by Deborah in about 10 seconds. Yeah, she's a... Oh. Yeah, crap, I didn't realise how low my health actually is. Ow! Getting lower. I just stand here healing myself while she smacks me in the back of the teeth. There we go. Ah, cool. That's one complete grid. That's the wrong way. Right. That's one grid, thank you. Did mount all the hinges the same way, didn't I? Yeah, pegged it down and everything. Cool, that's fine. We'll just call you baskets. Ramp hinge 001. Don't need an awful lot of power, because you're only going to really be lifting me at most. You don't need share inertia sensor because you've not got any extra subgrids attached to you. I'll have the lower limit as 0. And the upper limit... Oop, let's not touch the velocity yet. Oh, that's the wrong menu. If I put in with a W at the end, and that's a 4, because I can't see my keyboard properly past my bloody microphone. Yep, I've spelt it wrong everywhere because I'm an idiot. There we go. Copy all of that. Paste that. That can be the right hand hinges, because we'll have separate controls for the left and right ramps. Because there might be times we want to open one but not the other. That can be 2. And then I can extend them out in a minute. So, baskets, what we'll call this. That can be that. That's going to get removed. That's... Call that the man basket. Ow, thank you, Deborah. Battery. Battery. Just that. You can have a group To make that easier, that can be... basket docking port. Then we can have one group, those two hinges, and then we can have another group for these two hinges. Then I can set up some simple controls to just lift them up and down. In theory. Hinges 101. Hello? Oh, no lifting. Why aren't we moving? Hang on. Let me detach you temporarily. You're very much not at 90 degrees, you're at 0 degrees. I can see you're at 0 degrees. I've got some weird grid desync happening here. You're detached. You're not. You're reversing. Says the angle's moving according to build vision. Well, I can physically see that it isn't. Let's do a little reconnect. What's going on there? Oh, hello, Deathright4463. Deborah, you troublesome ex, isn't she? Yeah, she's horrible. She's a cruel mistress. I mean, to be honest, I am going to wrap this stream up in about 15 minutes, but I want to know why those hinges weren't moving. Probably just server weirdness. A little reset usually helps with server weirdness. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Thomas A. Edison. Wasn't Thomas Edison notorious for stealing other people's ideas? Or am I thinking of somebody else? It was just server weirdness. Okay. Groovy. Sound. Let's reattach that. Can you reattached? Not reattached. Right. Oh. I hate this whole third-person camera zoomed all the bloody way out thing when you're attached to a grid. I want to zoom in on the grid I'm attached to. I don't want to view it from the perspective of the entire grid I'm attached to. Just the one I am actually sitting in. Right, I'll just have to fudge the camera over there then. Ramp hinges. Right, you're going to move this time. No, they're still doing weirdness. Oh no, there we go. Oh, maybe I'd ended up with one set the other direction by mistake. Oh, there we go. No, they're working fine now. That's fine. Do-do-do-do. And the other side's working. Fine. Groovy. Awesome. What's that? Maybe a mobile camera block. Possibly. Akane Empire, yeah, the original quote's probably from Tesla. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Right, okay, so the ramp hinges are working alright. You know what I might do actually, though? Because I don't like grids scrubbing and pushing too much. I might actually set the upper limit of that to 85 instead, just so it's got a little, not 85, just so it's got a little, why is my camera being weird? Just so it's got a little bit of room and doesn't push, because the very corner of that block can scrub against the corner of this block and it can cause phantom forces, whereas if you leave a nice little gap, you might even be able to get it a bit closer, but I don't mind that too much. Leave a little gap. And it tends to help out with the scrubbing. What are you doing? Right, so we have that in that kind of upright position. Follow a drone with a camera on it. It's always a possibility. The problem is I can't operate the mech and look through the camera of a separate grid at the same time. Well, I could operate the mech and look through a different camera, but I couldn't remotely operate the mech from here and then look through the camera of a third grid at the same time. I think that'd be a bit too much. I don't think the game allows me to do anything that stupid. What do I want to do with that bit then? I want to make it, I don't want to make it a solid block. I want to make it kind of see-through. Might use some beam blocks, or I could use the half scaff beams with some of the little grated windows on top. In fact, I might do the best of both. I might have a bunch of them in the middle. Settle down, grid. Might have them in the middle, and then I might have some beams on the outer edge. And then have some of them across the scaff blocks. And of course I need more girders. Have we got any girders? There should be some left in there. 8. Oh, have I managed to get through all the girders I had left? Apparently so. Fair enough. I have to make some more of them. Oh, construction components. Every time. What's that variant? Sadly no, but I don't think it would. Yeah, it would be an interesting idea, but I think that's just too many things for the game to allow at one time. Because I've wanted to do like a follower drone type thing for like third-person views, but it's tricky controlling another grid whilst operating the camera on a separate grid. That was another thing I didn't get to show off properly on my BattleBot arena. The battle arena I made, obviously there's like seating stands for people to sit in, but I also made a couple of camera drones that you can launch into the air with the idea that the people in the seats can connect to the camera on the drones and watch the BattleBot fights from the camera drones from above. Because the camera drones have got custom turret controllers in them on a short range, so they should hopefully just focus on the battle bots in the center of the arena and kind of follow all the action. But I do need to probably publish that battle bot arena at some point. Ah, damn, I'm going to need more girders for them, aren't I? To make some more. But let me just queue up some girders. Bam. Oh, did I get... Oh, I think I got through all the iron that Outcast brought us, didn't I? Because Outcast brought us a lovely chunk of iron, and yeah, I think I've eaten all the way through it. But I also have tons and tons and tons and tons of other stuff now, so I probably just... Yeah, I probably just need to grind down some stuff and... I don't know. There's 1,000 iron in there. Why are you not producing? Where is that iron? Where's that hiding? It's in the assembler. Oh, I'm on disassembling mode. Why the hell is it on disassembling mode? There we go, that makes sense. I wondered why that wasn't getting manufactured. Yeah, I can, Archiville. Oh, I spotted it. Oh, I spotted it. Me being daft. Yeah, and then that railing, I don't really want it to go too much higher. I don't want it sticking up too far. I can probably bring that angle back a little bit more, maybe. Oh, actually, no. I'll take that off there. I have the pointy tips the wrong way round. Oh no, it's the right way round. Fantastic. That's the way I wanted it. Yeah, and then I might just do a row of them. Across there. Bum. What could we do to make it look interesting? Ooh, no. Then I might do some half plates. Hazard strike across there. Because I'm not going to fall through that gap as a player. It also allows me to see through there a little bit better. Yeah, I like that. I need to make some proper buttons for them though, but yeah, I like that. That gives me a little bit more room if I need it. And it also works as a nice little railing to keep me safe. Oh, in fact, actually, that's what I do, isn't it? I just stick. Just put reverse controls on the toolbar for that for now. Yeah, that'll do. Don't have to do any complex nonsense with buttons, really. Or event controllers for that, that'll do. Yeah. I like that. What's that, Akane? How many more mechs until you're ready to take over the server? Not until I build a Titan. No, I wouldn't try and build a Titan mech on this server. Those massive Titan mechs that I like building lag out my single player game, let alone trying to spawn that on a server. And I've tried to drop a few of the Titan mechs into Keen's showcase streams a few times and nearly killed things. Well, nearly crashed the server. I might take over with an army of drones, maybe. I definitely want to make an interplanetary mech at some point. I want to make a ship that is space capable, but has legs. kind of like the flying mechs that I've done. So I can make it travel between planets when I need to go see people, but I don't have to basically just constantly burn hydrogen fuel. We are kind of waiting for it. Well, if subgrid stuff was more stable, then yeah, I'd go mad with it, but it can be a little bit of a processing hog for the game, so I'm trying to keep the mech stuff to more sensible stuff and not break the server with it. Whatever weirdness was going on my base the other day was already causing enough problems on the server without intentionally trying to lag things out. Yeah, my next, after getting this workshop and storage facility sorted out properly, my next project is I do want to make an interplanetary mech that I can fly to other planets. Using hydrogen and ion and all that kind of thing. I want to make it space capable, but I also want to make it able to land. Do I need small steel tubes? What's that? It seems in SE2 weather might make mechs and ground vehicles more viable. Pretty cool. Yeah, there's the new wind stuff and the new weather effect in SE2. I got to experience some of that while making my preview video. Some of it's a bit interesting. Some of those dust storms on Chemic are gonna make it gonna make flying in a dust storm awkward, I can tell you that. Tubes, that's what I need. But yeah, SE2 is coming along quite nicely. The new update should be pretty interesting when everyone else gets to get their hands on it. There's definitely some very new and interesting controls with the event controllers. There is some very cool new stuff you can do with the event controllers in SE2. Half of it I didn't even get time to cover because there's so many more different options in it. What was next? Next was going to be some of them I need even more girders for. The next updates will be my main entry point for SE2, I think. Yeah, it's definitely getting to that point. I can totally understand people putting it off until whatever stage they feel like, but yeah, 2.3 is another like huge leap forwards, at least in terms of playability and game mechanics and stuff, because it's introducing better subgrid stuff, wheels, basic automation blocks and stuff. My only real qualm with SE2 at the moment is the control panel. Definitely needs looking at in SE2. It's a nightmare to navigate at the moment. But that's my only real issue with SE2 at the moment. It's just the UI is a bit clunky to use. But I'm sure that'll get improved. I came over here for a reason. I'm like, oh, girders, that's why. My stupid brain got distracted again. Girders. There we go, there's 100 of them, that's loads. Ah. Definitely need to go and buy some food. Better food at some stage. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, some of the new controls for SE2 with those event controllers look really cool. Particularly the block movement and block rotation conditions. Because if you go and watch my preview that came out today, with the new event controllers in SE2, you can get the event controllers to respond to mouse movement, and you can get them to respond to keyboard inputs as well, directly. Without having to because the way I do mechs in SE1 to get them to work with keybinds is I use thrusters and then have those thrusters trigger event controllers that do all the walking and driving. Like the drive mode on this is just forward, backward, left and right controllers assigned to forward, backward, left and right thrusters, and then they just adjust the propulsion setting on the suspension. With SE2, it cuts out the middleman of that thruster and it just directly responds to those keyboard inputs now. And interesting enough, it responds to roll as well. It's not just forward and backward. It's got roll axis controls, so it responds to your Q and your E buttons as well. I have yet to figure out what I would actually use the roll button for a mech, but that option is there. It's really interesting. What's that gun pinch? Yeah, mine too. Ah, yes, you're gonna dive into SE2 with this one. I really hope we get some of that in SE1. Yeah, I've noticed a pattern with SE1 and SE2 recently. A lot of the things they're taking a lot of things from SE1 and putting it into SE2 and then expanding upon it. And then I've noticed a lot of the stuff that they can reverse engineer back to SE1 they have been experimenting with. Like they've added all sorts of like new functions to event controllers. We've got event controllers. I mean, they've added all sorts of new block actions to various things, and yeah, and like the weather effects they started introducing into SE2. It wasn't long before we got a bit of a weather overhaul. The stuff over here and vice versa, and yeah, they seem to be bouncing ideas back and forth between the two games, which I quite like. So stuff we see popping up here is popping up there, and stuff we're seeing over there is making its way back here in whatever form that the earlier game engine will allow for. What's that? You think NPCs in SE1 because of SE2? I kind of have the same feeling as well. I think there's a few things like that. Like I said, like the environmental overhaul that we had a while back with SE1 and the NPCs as well. I think they're sort of not necessarily being reverse engineered from SE2, but the idea is being brought over to SE1 as well. Because yeah, they've already said that the NPC stuff they've started doing with this iteration of Space Engineers they're going to expand upon. And there's apparently going to be lots of NPC stuff coming for Space Engineers 2 as well, so I'm excited to see what that leads to. I'm hoping at some point there's a way of modding the NPCs so I can have them wandering around my base, like, or in one of my save file games, not even necessarily doing anything or being useful in any way, but I'd like to be able to mod the NPCs to be able to spawn at my bases to make them feel more alive. Would be cool. What's that? Yeah, I demand liquor water now for SE1 update. Liquid water. Oh, yeah, I think the V-Rage 2 engine might be a little old for that one. Unified grid system, it's not too much to ask for. Maybe moving asteroids and planets. I don't think the V-Rage engine is capable of doing moving voxels. I think that would be too taxing for the engine to do all those calculations at the same time. Because you've got games like No Man's Sky that do a similar thing, but they also fake a lot of the space stuff with just little visual tricks. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think moving voxels, I don't even think that that's a sensible idea from a gameplay, or at least a game development standpoint. I think that would be far too taxing. You'd probably have to need the kind of machine that can run Crisis on max settings to do that kind of thing. Right, we're on 4 hours 40 minutes and it's gone 11 o'clock at night, so I'm going to wrap this stream up now. It's quite late, but that's looking quite good. You know what, can I handball that out the way. You're too heavy for me to move. No, I can just about drag you out the way with grabby hands. That's fine. Oh, I see, and my Skyboat's Havoc engine based, same as Armored Core. Oh, are they? Interesting. Well, like I said, I'm not a game developer, I don't really know, but I know that the voxel stuff is quite demanding in a lot of cases. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I can put the boom arm out. I can grab onto that. Oh, I can't lift it though because it's locked to the bloody ground, you idiot. I'm trying to lift the mech off the floor with you locked to the ground. Let's turn your land. Wrong menu. Let's auto locking off and unlock the damn thing from there. Thank you very much. Yeah, so you can lift that, no problem. That's not an issue. I can which way around am I? I'm there. I can jump into you. I can control that. I can remote control the forklift from here. I can do all that moving. From this platform. Lovely. And we need to move the ramps. I can just pop out of there. Do that. I wish we had a way of putting this control button as an action on the toolbar itself, so I could just hit like the number 3 button and jump into this control, or this control, or this control. I don't know how you go about doing that in game. Yeah, I like that. That moves. I can do all the controls for that nicely. Yeah, we can get up nice and high. We can move around at full extension. And it's not heavy enough to tip the forklift over. Cool. I like that. And when we're at height, if I want to get out that side and have a look over there, reach out a bit, can do. Wicked. Need to retract it. Can, and I've got plenty of access to reach out and weld stuff there. Lovely. Right, I like this idea. I'll weld them up for now. Something there is going to get replaced with an event controller because I want a way for this to auto-charge when I drop it down on that pad. But yeah, I'm happy with that. That works really well. Let's retract the basket in. Yeah, and then I just need to get rid of that landing gear on the bottom. I'll lock you down for now. And I'll unlock the forklift from you. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. Awesome. And yeah, put in a controller to manage the battery recharge. Maybe some work lights, because the work lights on you are going to get obscured by that. So I might need to put some work lights on it. Maybe have something hanging off the awning at the top. Or potentially something on the back of there. Or I could actually put some like the little ones down there, maybe. That might be a good idea. That might look pretty cool. Yeah. Alright, well I think I'm gonna iterate on that a bit more. And yeah, I can use that to build the rest of this place. That would be wicked. So yeah, thank you guys for the ideas on the upgrading that. I mean, I only built that as just a quick fix job until I could be asked sorting out the docking port for him. I actually really like this. That's definitely a keeper. You're going to live here. You're going to be part of my construction team. Little attachment for my forklift. Awesome. I love it. Right. Yeah, I'm going to end the stream here then. So, yeah, it's quite late now. I'm going to end the stream and wrap things up. Hope things work out. Happy to spew out more ideas next time. Yeah, no worries, man. I love it when people say, how about try this, because sometimes I might say, yeah, I've tried it, doesn't work, and sometimes I might go, you know what, I've never considered that, let's give it a whack. Yeah, I will be back, what are we on Sunday? I'll be back on Wednesday with more of this. Next Sunday I am going to come back to the hive-based build. I'm just at the stage with that at the moment where I'm just doing lots of really boring, repetitive copying, pasting of timer settings from all those drones. Not much fun to do, let alone stream or watch, but once I got that out of the way, we'll come back to that, because I need to do more work on that before the end of August. And I'll be back with more of this. In fact, no, I'll be back with this on Wednesday. I'll be back with the hive-based thing next Sunday. Sunday's more chill. And in the next week I'll be sorting out the next episode of Mechyard engineering to cover how I do all the subgrid wheel stuff, like turning and driving and steering and brake controls and stuff like that, and a little bit more in depth rather than just briefly mentioning it on like a stream like this. And if you haven't already, please go and check out my Space Engineers 2 BS 2.3 preview that came out today. If you want to see the new things that we can do with the upcoming automation blocks in Space Engineers 2. And thank you to the German crew for dropping by with their massive raid of viewers. That was fantastic. And thank you to Golden Finch for dishing out some memberships. So cheers guys, thank you all for your input and the chat, and I'll see you all next time. So have a good evening guys, and goodbye for now.